Live. Hello, peoples of the interwebs. Hello, hello. Give me a second. I am here now. Maybe a moment late. I am on live chat, so that's good. I'm running a little bit late, like in terms of preparation and logistics, but I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Open the first beer. It's not actually that cold. Oh, okay. What I do need to do, I need to plug the cable into the phone. It's the phone that's in danger of going out, not the tablet. Tablet's on 36% somehow. The phone's down on 8. If it gets to 5, it might cut off. Let's do that. The EcoFlow's only on 34%. It's been a tricky day in terms of power gathering, folks. Not got that much power into the two EcoFlows. So then Scottish Prepper goes and does a fucking video about how to use a 5 kilowatt hour battery as a backup for your EcoFlows. Not his fault. Just kicks me in the ass a little bit, you know? When you see gear that you'll probably never be able to afford. It's just a 5 kilowatt hour battery. Yeah, of course it is, mate. I shall wait a few minutes for people to arrive. David, hello, sir. Tina, I don't know if you can hear her. Tina is just enjoying her food, which I have somehow, if I say neglected, you'll think harshly of me, forgotten to give her until now. She would normally have that food somewhere between 12 o'clock and 3 in the afternoon, and I suddenly thought, did I give you food? Do you know what? I don't think I did. It's possible I might have. This might be a second batch. We went for a walk as I put her inside the door. She had her head there, she had a bowl of water in front of her. Did I give her food at the same time? Maybe yes, maybe no. I figured it best to just give her some more, or to give her some in case, either way. I just have to put up with more of a poo factory tomorrow if it's a double dose, don't I? There will be more output from my little doggy poo factory. Dogs, what can you do? People are arriving. Fabrizio, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and consider subscribing, folks. If you were here last night, you will have seen that in the last 28 days, my subscriber numbers have risen by 4 over the last month, or 28 days technically, but 4. I've had more people than that join, but then some either unsubscribe, whether they do that manually or whether it's the system unsubscribing them, bot detection and whatever else, who knows. But the net result is at the end of 28 days, I'm up 3 or 4 subscribers on a month ago. Yeah, you know. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. This is Fabrizio. He welcomes me to my own stream. Welcome, Fabrizio. And his computer tube says hello to Farmer, and I guess to me and to Tina. And Andy says hello to David. And Fabrizio says welcome back to Andy. I'm not going to read out everybody's YouTube, where you is spelled like the tree, Y-E-W. Good evening, DM. Good evening to you. Jasper's in the house. I think I got circulation problems from blood the heat wave, the last heat wave. Zami's in the house. Hello, Zami. How is Fulham? 4 is 4 more than you had. It is, and it's probably 4 more than I deserve. I mean, let's face it. I don't understand. Oh, why is he doing that now? He hasn't done that all day. I guess I haven't been talking all day. I guess I've talked to Tina every now and again. But Robert's in the house as well. Robert McIntyre, good evening, sir. You're all just saying hello to each other. I'm not reading it all out. Stay out of the sun, Jasper. Heat stroke not good. I think Jasper works outside, trimming grass and looking after sheep and doing other farm-related things. Staying inside might not be an option. Real people in the real world. I try and stay indoors all day, but do you know what that does? That results in lots of hotness and sweatiness. I have this like hour and a half period in the morning where the sun rises and I'm in the shade, and then it gets up above the tent. Then I've got a blanket pinned on the roof, but there's a patch where it isn't, and I have to put with this hour and a half while the sun traverses that particular aspect, that particular direction, angle, however you want to put it, and I end up wet through in that hour. Literal, I look down at myself and there's just puddles of water on my body. Tomorrow, I've decided, I've been putting it off, not putting it off, I just didn't get around to doing it for days. I finally found my other pair of shorts. I'm going to put the other pair of shorts on in the morning, and I'm going to wash these ones and half a dozen t-shirts, including the thin ones. So it's not all about the pink polo shirt. Yes, pink, I know what you're saying. If he's able to stay in the shade in the afternoon, would be good. It would. That like here in Spain, it's the anything actually between 12 noon and 4 o'clock, because solar noon is actually 2 p.m. 1400 hours here. That's your solar noon. So Spain's 1 hour ahead of where it should be anyway, and then in summertime they jump 1 hour forwards, so they're 2 hours ahead of normal, whereas the UK is 1 hour ahead of normal. British summertime. Spain is 2 hours ahead. So solar noon is 2, which if you want to go 2 hours either side, 12 while 4, you want to stay out of it altogether if you can. I don't know. I'm expecting to see my mate Ismo in the next few days. We haven't set anything up yet, but we don't normally go much more than a week or 10 days without seeing each other. So trying to avoid peak sun. Right, the first time I put this up, this you can't see it tonight, can you? Can you see that that's there? Yeah, you can see it's there. The parasol, the sombrilla. First time I put that up, I sat here like happy and content that I'm out of the sun, and I got inside and I was burnt. I was full lobster. The ultraviolet just glides right through it, even though it's thick and heavy. Farmer says something about eclipse. Don't talk to me about eclipse. It's kind of a washout, isn't it? I gotta be honest, that was a disappointment. I thought that 98% of totality would have been much darker. I was expecting something much more like twilight. And all we got was rain cloud-esque. Not even a storm, not even a thunderstorm level of darkness, just a rain cloud level of darkness. Who'd have known that 2% of the sun would still be as bright as it was? Apparently Scruff Dog was lurking. Bugger. Could have announced his presence even if lurking. I mean, Jack Attack does sometimes, and Andy does. Like, hey, I'm here, but I'm off you know, away from keyboard. I'm off doing something. But cheers, folks. Is this bright enough? I can up it a notch. I'm on the lowest setting, and where's the button? It's not there. It's not where I think it is. Oh, it was there. Where did I catch it? There. That's the middle. We can go medium instead of bottom. Is this doing anything just yet? I don't think this one's doing anything. It's not. So I might as well plug that in. I thought I had a use for it already. My other lamp, my original lamp, I can't get it. It sits out in the sun all day and then just doesn't work afterwards. Doesn't matter how many buttons I press, it doesn't matter what I do. It's like it needs a power charge for the processing and for the chip and everything to work. But the input port is broken and won't take a charge. I think it's gone. I think it's done. I don't know what else to do with it. The lens a bit greasy. If clean rag, give it a wipe. Hold on. I have microfiber cloth for glasses here. But if I breathe, you're probably going to look right down my mouth. Is it the lens or is it the brightness? Is it the light that's causing a problem? Is that any better? Tell me, let me know. No, babe. Hey. Look at this, I've got a doggy within cuddle distance. You won't be able to see. Hold on. I'm going to introduce my co-star and then we're going to do the intro. Hello, baby. Hello, you. Oh, hand in front of the camera. Sorry, folks, couldn't be avoided. I'm trying to get her. I'm holding the camera like down by my ankle or down by my shin. Hello, you. You're going to talk to the peoples for me. Come on. Ask those nice peoples to send us some pennies. Yeah. Hey. I've got no idea what that's pointing at right now. I assume it's pointing at Tina, but I don't know. You've eaten your food. Have you had your waters? I haven't heard you drinking your waters. Tina's waters. Go on. You're okay, babe. Agua para Tina. No interesado? You're not interested. Okay. Alright, folks, that was Tina. If you notice, the 3 or 4 bags of rubbish that were all here have all gone. It became one big bag yesterday, or was it the day before? It's gone now. I'm gradually getting to these little jobs. Gradually starting to tidy around. Just got to scroll back, there's some Jasper comments going on. Jasper, please see doctor, follows instructions, and yes, CT scan. From waist down I can hardly walk, I stagger, people give me stares, my muscles in legs are weak and sore. Possible tick bite effects? Maybe, if it's recent, if it's come on suddenly, if it's recent. And you are like out in the countryside and everything, I would suspect tick bites. That's just an ill-informed tramp in a field trying to diagnose you. So I you know, I've watched every episode of House, but I'm not a fully qualified doctor. I'm about 3/4 of the way there. I mean, I don't know anything about your other medical history, but if someone said to me that they were having those kind of symptoms and they worked out in fields all day, tick bites and similar. Oh, I haven't mentioned. I was just laying there on the bed, me and Tina, and this thing wriggled along, and I punched it because just instinctive reaction. And then it looks like a snake, and I just grab it and pick it up. It's like a 7-inch long fucking, you tell me, centipede or millipede. I would say millipede by the time it gets to 7 inches long. And being an idiot and acting on instinct, I just threw it. Instead of picking it up, carrying it out of the tent, and then throwing it like I fucking should have done, it was, it was just like, and then I realised what it was afterwards. I didn't know what I'd grabbed hold of when I was grabbing hold of it. This is less than like 20 minutes ago. Actually, no, we're 16 minutes into the show. Let's say half an hour ago. They were in a field, folks. Oh, I didn't tell you. Wasn't last night, or was it? No, I think it was the night before. What? This is Thursday, yeah? We did Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday night, I went back into the tent and I took the these are my night lights. I don't use the lantern. The lantern doesn't come back into the tent really. It stays out so it gets the sun the next day. But I took the night lights in, and there's a fucking cucaracha, a cockroach, running around. It's only like the second or third time I've seen a cockroach in here in 4 years. We will come back to 4 years momentarily. Remind me, if I don't get back to it myself, you got to tell me 4 years. Remind me. But there was this fucking cockroach. So I got the fly spray and I just sprayed in that. It went off the top of the mattress and down. I just sprayed. I give like a 20-second fucking spray. I thought that'll probably get you, but I don't know. Next morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, just as it's getting to daylight, and there's a dead cucaracha, a dead cockroach at this end of the bed in the doorway. He's trying to get out of the tent and he's died before he got there, and I pick him up and throw him out. That's a little bastard. If you let them get in and report back, they'll bring the rest of the nest with them if there's anything there worth having. So when you do get the scouting party, you do have to finish them off. Reminds me, I've just thrown another dead mouse out. I'm getting one a day at the minute. And this is without bait. It's marvellous. I think I did have one in my bedroom last night. So I've got a corner where I normally have a bin bag, and currently don't have the bin bags. And there's like, I've just been throwing the beer cans and whatever other waste, empty pop bottles into that corner. I need to get the bin bag and collect it all. But last night I was lying there, and after we'd done the stream, and I was lying there and I was kind of dozing off, and I heard a kerfuffle amongst the beer cans. I knew what it was, but I couldn't be asked chasing it like physically myself. And but today I find about an hour ago maybe, I just found a dead mouse in the mouse trap. They're doing incredibly well considering I can't even be asked to bait them. I haven't put anything in them. I've just put them in the right place. They like to run along walls, so you put the mouse trap with its jaws open, not right against the wall, but back a bit, and they'll come along, and they're inquisitive, and yeah. I don't dislike them. They're highly intelligent, they're very fast. I kind of admire them. I just can't have them running around in my food and in my bed. in the pan that I eat from. The one that was there the other day, fucking climbing on the outside, looking over. Wherever they go, they piss on their shit. And those things carry diseases. Mouse excrement and mouse urine, rat excrement and rat urine carry diseases. So whilst I admire them, and I have a repulsion of the rats, to be honest, but the mice look cute and I don't dislike them. Just don't be in my fucking house. Don't be in my food. I can't have that. That's a line. That's the line. Don't come in my house. You want to run wild in the field and do whatever you're going to do in the fucking field, have at it. It's a field, it's nature, it's for you. I'm probably the one that's more out of place in it than you. But you come inside my fucking home, you're risking it at least. He coughs again, folks. Yep, see the eclipse farmer was cool. Jasper, sorry you're feeling rough, pal. Cooler weather soon, I reckon. Yeah, you see, you weren't here, Andy, were you? While I was doing the eclipse thing. It was a damp squib. It was we had 270 degrees of clear horizon, and right there, centered right where the sun would be, we had 90 degrees, so 45 degrees that way, 45 degrees that way, total cloud. Got a little bit dark, but we didn't get to see anything. No special glasses, no special filters, no. It got a bit dull, and I thought, oh, it's going to get duller, it's going to get darker. So I carried on prattling away, and next thing you know, it got light. I haven't watched it back yet. Normally I would have watched a 4-hour live stream back by now. I think I did 4.5. No, I didn't. No, it's just over 4. I started at 6:30 and handed off to Scruff at 10:30 or 35 because I thought he was going live then, and then he was later, 10:45 or 50 when he went live. Who's got my? Why's my shoelace caught? You know, is that? Sorry folks, I got my shoelace caught under my chair. I've been to doctors today. Blood results were fine, says Jasper. I would be asking him to extend the blood panels. Something's not right. You got to insist. Something's not right. Find it. If your standard blood panels, your standard blood tests aren't finding it, go again. Look for more. I particularly, like I said, I mean, my inclination, because you're in the countryside, my inclination would be to look for countryside type stuff. What's it called? The disease carried in rat urine. There's rat urine, there's mouse urine, there's fleas and ticks, those kind of things. The countryside kind of fucking shit. Given your occupation and lifestyle, go back, shout at the doctor, ask him what's next. Okay, you tested for that and you found nothing. Don't just walk away and accept that. Just go back and say, you tested for shit, you found nothing, now what? And emphasize the countryside nature of your work and your lifestyle. Hopefully you've not caught scrapie from the sheep. I think you have to eat their brains for that, but you're in proximity with sheep. Farmer asks about Tina. I don't know why, because he's done it just after a link I can't click on. Three pairs of sunnies and some perforated foam. Is that how to look at the sun? The eclipse? I only went a bit blind. I did keep looking in that direction and kept getting the glare and then not being able to read. But I think there's cloud in the way. I don't think I was in any real danger. Ticks in only wet weather. Well, not where I am. Ticks. There are fields. Me and Tina only had to look at a certain field opposite my last apartment. We only had to look at the field and Tina would have 5 ticks buried in her flesh. Part of the reason I want to try ivermectin. If anybody could actually assist me in that direction. I was also thinking, was that last night or this morning? I was thinking about what to do when I get my freedom back. How to reintegrate into society. How to get out of this field after she passes. Oh, guys, I'm gonna give it 4 minutes. On the 30-minute mark, many of you will know Mc Happy Camper or MC Happy Camper, who has been in chat various times. I don't want to say too much because it's not my story to tell, but his wife Aurora was going through chemo, and we have an update, and we're gonna do something on the 30-minute mark, folks. Cheers to you, cheers to him and to her. I want to make it a time-stampable moment so that I can point him to it if he's not. I assume he's not here. Let me know, Mark, if you are here. But I assume you're not, given the time differences and your busy life that you have and what you're going through at the moment, mate. Like I said, it's not really my story to tell, but I do want to mark the... I'm going to shut up before I start crying. This is not the first time I've cried online. I cried just talking about a film once upon a time. That's the kind of pussy I am. I'm going to talk through this. We'll come back to it in another 2 minutes. But I do... Yeah. You can tell it's not good news. Bear with me. I'll man up in a minute. Never met the lady. I think I've only ever seen her twice. Bear with me, folks. We got to do a minute and a half. Let me bring Tina back into things, because if I don't do that, I don't know what else I'm going to do. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. Well, you all know that Tina's not got long left either, but, hey, babe. You're right tucked up against my chair, aren't you, you little bugger? Can you see? The phone's complaining about the orientation. She's tucked right behind the leg. What do you got there? Some kind of spiky seed. It's okay, babe. This is why Daddy puts his hands all over you every day, so that Daddy knows what's going on everywhere. No cuts or bruises or things that I don't know about. Okay, folks. Back to me. Okay. See if I can pull myself together to say what I want to say in the next in 15 seconds or so. 10 seconds. I'm not going to be able to get through this, am I? Okay. So Muck Happy Camper, or MC Happy Camper, I'm not sure quite how he pronounces it. But our friend Mark and his wife Aurora, who was having cancer treatment, passed recently. I had like a 15-minute cry earlier. He's someone I've never met. I don't know Mark all that well, but I watch him playing his guitar and I comment about his goldfishes and his fish tank. But it hit me. I've been talking to him for a while and saying, you know, all the best for what a beautiful name as well, Aurora. I haven't got much more to say. Rest in peace, Aurora. And Mark, if you need a shoulder to cry on or anyone to talk to, I'm here for you, mate. Blubbering wimp that I am. Okay, folks, enough of that. I'm a big softie sometimes. No tick bites, says Jasper. You can get them in places that you don't know. Like you can get one like lodged up the cleft of your ass or down the fucking Jap's eye. That you can have them buried in places you don't know you've got them. Oh, I am a big blubbering fucking idiot. A girlfriend once said 9 inches was average. I said you've been spoiled. Well, she's listened to men who say that is 9 inches. Do it twice and say you gave her 18. You should have said I never played in a cathedral before. Okay. I'm scrolling. Farmer said mouse, I don't know why. I watched your stream in the background and caught the eclipse part later, says Andy. Yeah, it was I nattered right through it. I was just gibbering on with the old jibber jabber. I thought, oh, it's getting quite dark, and I thought it'll get darker. I was expecting something close to darkness. It was like it was less than a thundercloud level of darkness. It was your average rain cloud. Gets in front of the sun. It goes a little bit darker, a little bit still. And that was it. I was thoroughly underwhelmed. And I've got to wait about another 120 years if I'm going to see one here in Spain again. And even then it probably won't be here. Geography. I thought afterwards I could have called my mate Ismo and we could have both gone to Alicante. We could have experienced totality. He wouldn't have been able to drink. That would have been an issue. It would have been a possibility. It's only 50 minutes that way. I don't know how we would have found a spot looking westwards. We would have to be on a hill with a westward facing angle, slope. I don't know. Broken hearted. That would be me. Do jellyfish really sting? I was at school holiday trip. I was between 7 and 10 years and the other kid put jellyfish in his pockets. That's no good. Tara's in the house again. Tara, you can't keep away. I don't even know why I'm live tonight. This isn't even last night wasn't one of my nights. Tonight's not one of my nights. This afternoon I just thought I'm really in the mood to do another live stream. What this means is that Friday and Sunday, that would be my normal nights for streaming, and at the minute with Big Clive being away, I have stepped in a little bit to fill the gap with Clive and Scruff Dog. I'll probably get on a downer at some point over the weekend and just not do my regular slots. I don't know. I don't know why I'm live tonight. I just felt like it. Well, I felt like it earlier, and then I didn't get my nap in the evening. And when it came time to get up and out of the tent, I really wasn't fucking feeling it. I really did not want to be here. But that's between me and my brain. That's just something that I have to cope with. I really felt like it at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I was fully up for it. So now I have to live up to my own promises. So Jasper's question about, do jellyfish sting? They do, but different types, breeds. What would be the word? Species, I guess would be the word. Sting in different ways and to different extents. Yeah, some lesser, some not. We used to get some wash up in Cleethorpes, and they were basically just jellyish, but not real sting. You could pick them up and walk around with them. Different species or breeds. I don't know what the right word would be. We are the champions. Do you have telepathic powers like Alexandra Bastido, William Gaunt, Stuart Damon? Fuck, I remembered all three of them. How nerdy is that? Somebody type in the Champions TV series into Google and tell me that I got all three names right. William Gaunt, Alexandra Bastido, who was a stunning beauty, renowned throughout all of Europe, and is known as El Bastido in Spain. El Bastido, even though she's female. I think I've got that right. El Bastido, just because of the name. And Stuart Damon was the American. They had to have an American if you wanted to sell something. It's like the Thunderbirds. You had to have American voices of at least one or two characters, otherwise you couldn't sell a TV series to America. The Champions. But I know that's not where you were going for, where we are the champion. Who is Mark Delta Mike? Mark Happy Camper. You will have, if you've been here a while, you'll have seen him periodically. Maybe not so much the last month or two, because his wife was going through chemo. He had other places to be and other things to do, you know, other things more important than talking with a fucking tramp in a field. Good evening, earthly beings. Hope all is well on this lovely Thursday. Mike, Tina, Farmer, Jasper, and Aloha. Aloha. That's very Hawaiian. Okay. Farmer says, welcome, Gary. Got my electric bill this morning. Thought they were making me an offer for my flat. Yeah. The price of utilities, electric and gas and similar. It's all going to go up, isn't it? Strait of Hormuz, El Presidente, and his various difficulties around the world. Who's your favourite actor, asks Zami. Favourite actor, do I have one? Oh gosh. Back in the day I would default to like John Wayne, or more recently but still back in the day, Clint Eastwood. We had this similar conversation yesterday, isn't it? But Cary Grant, Jimmy Stewart. You can't go wrong. Have you ever seen a bad Jimmy Stewart film? Or a bad Cary Grant film? This is my benchmark. It's not just how well they act in what they're in, it's what they choose to be in. You see, Burt Reynolds was fantastic in a lot of things he was in, but he did choose to be in some shit. He was in a lot of tosh. Especially later in his career when he was chasing money. What was that thing called? Something Striker. BL Striker, maybe? You know, I've asked myself a question. You know how it is when I ask myself a question. If I don't know the answer, I think it was BL Striker. It was a series of made-for-TV movies or mini-movies. Let me move that out of the way. I don't know where I'm getting BL from, but and Strikers with a Y, Stryker. BL Striker, American drama series. Oh, you're calling it a series rather than a set of films. That's him, Burt Reynolds. I'm not getting any more details other than tosh about who commissioned it and what year it was. A carefree private detective who lives on a boat docked in southern Florida. And then it goes into Spanish. Because I'm in Spain, half my search results come up in Spanish. Watchable, entertaining. He's a fantastic actor. But he was a terrible businessman. He was terrible. It's like he was his own agent, or he had just a really shit agent. I'm not sure which. He chose real shit to be in half the time. A lot of the films he was in were watchable because he was in them, but they weren't great, despite how good an actor he was. Don't know. So, yeah, I don't know if I've answered your question about who's my favourite. I don't know. I don't know that I have a favourite. I have probably more than a handful, somewhere between 5 and 10 really respected actors that I would watch them in. I mean, Deliverance, if we go back to Burt Reynolds. Deliverance is a fantastic film. Squeal Piggy. And that was gut-wrenching. The man rape. I don't know. I don't think I have a one top actor, one favourite actor. All the hug, says Andy. Gives Delta Mike a punch to the shoulder. That'll cheer him up. Gets to us all, bud. Yeah, there's Jasper. I have many favourite actors. Yeah, I think that. So yeah, hugs to Mark and to his belated wife. Aurora. May she rest in peace. I wanted to keep all this as one thing together and maybe clip it and not to release as like a short or anything, that would be a bit crass, but to point Mark at a single video. Saying something 15 minutes ago and then saying something now once I get through chat. I'll have to extract multiple clips, put them together, put them online as a secure link, point him at the link but not release. Be careful not to make it public because I don't want to be a crass, you know, I'm not wanting to profit from someone else's misery. That's uncouth. That's. I did cry. I mean, I literally cried for 15 minutes this morning. This is a lady that, like I said, never met, never talked to directly. I think he's done like maybe 2 videos where she was in. Obviously, he's told me about, hey, I spent the night at the hospital. They have a thing I can. He stays at the hospital stayed at the hospital while she was receiving treatment. They just got to me, folks. It just got to me. I think I've said in the past, I am a romantic at heart. Love and happiness and romance films and all of that. I am a little bit gay for the, like I've said about like Seven Brides, Seven Brothers and various other 50s and 60s anachronistic kind of tales. I got a little bit of gay in me. Not that little bit. It's in me. It's not up me. Although they keep trying, don't they? I think we're up to 5 or 6 at the minute. It's okay to get the tears out, Mike. Shows we're human. Only thing bit me on Jab's eye was a wasp or hornet on a nudist jasper. You weren't supposed to be walking around wanking it. I was near water, I yelped in the air, tried not to swear. Life ain't for wimps, and it's the feels where it hurts most. This is true. I got you. You didn't need to. You didn't need to type the retype the ain't. Thunder, said Farmer with question mark. Not that I've heard. Maybe someone driving past, or someone with a bass, or sometimes a certain thing sparks something in someone, a particular situation for sure. Thunder, thunderstruck. Defo, good man. Okay. Andy says evening, Tara. Farmer says God only knows. He probably does. If he exists, he probably knows, what with him being omniscient and omnipresent and all the other omnis. He's probably a Clapham omnibus as well. Imagine Lady Penelope with an American accent in Thunderbirds, lol. No. With the pink Rolls Royce and with Parker at the helm, Parker driving the pink Rolls Royce. She had to be British, but she had to have she did smoke cigarette and the cigarette holder. Very refined. Yes, my lady. That's my Parker impression. Hope you enjoyed it. It's the only one you're gonna get. Sometimes I baste the steak. What? That's not what you're talking about. Evening, Tara says evening to everybody. Okay. Jasper brings in, this is like, I think this is the most common, I was going to say tweet, the most common comment that Jasper posts. Terence Hill, Bud Spencer. I know you like Terence Hill and Bud Spencer. Fuck, you don't have to post it every fucking stream. Shut up. My name is Nobody. My name is Nobody. Nobody was a film with that guy out of the comedy. He was the dad in Malcolm in the Middle. And then the druggy TV series. What was the druggy TV series called? Never watched a single episode. I'm not interested. I don't watch like The Godfather or Soprano. I don't watch, what would you call them? I don't watch mob films. unless it's black and white. In which case, it's usually got, I can picture him, I can't get his name. Hold on. Unless it's got, he says something about mom. It's not going to come, is it? It's not going to come. You dirty rat. Jimmy Cagney. Fuck. You see, I give myself the clue to something I already fucking know. Jimmy Cagney mob films. Or Humphrey Bogart, I guess. He's not in the mob, he's against the mob, so that's different. I don't like films where the mob, or films or TV series, where the mob are the heroes. I don't want to follow them and end up hoping they get away with whatever they're trying to do. Couldn't give a shit if I want them to not get away with it. Drop dead, a lot of you. That's me, that's Star Wars girl, and the critical drinker. The only three people I know who don't watch like The Sopranos. Breaking Bad is a TV series whose name I couldn't remember some moments ago. Breaking Bad, Sopranos, and The Godfather. I got no room for that shit. Now, Arthur Daly in Minder, a guy who's just ducking and diving, like Del Boy in Only Fools and Horses. These guys they're not mobsters. You don't cross them and end up dead under a fucking underpass. They're not going to do you under. Arthur, a fun character who's just trying to get away with it. He's trying to be a bit way, a bit whoa. That I can watch. But not an outright villain. Not someone who kills people and just fucking laughs it off. I started watching the Sylvester Stallone series. What's that one called? Still on at the minute. It's on about series 3 or 4. Season, if you're American. Season 3 or 4. I got halfway through the second series, the second season, and I gave up on it. Same thing. I quite enjoyed the first series, the first season, but in the end it got to me that this is a bad guy. What do I care whether the other bad guys kill him or not? In fact, I'd maybe rather that... they're not going to, because it's a TV series. They're not going to. Unless it's in the final episode of the final season. Doesn't work for me. It doesn't... I don't do gangsters. Everybody select all messages. Let me just check. I am on live chat all messages. Sometimes I get thrown out and I come back in and I forget to recheck. But I'm currently all good. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. Oh, Jasper says, what language are you talking? Oh, argue AI Google October could be really hot. Argue. Am I reading that word right? Maybe I can reinterpret as a different word. I don't think I can. AI Google October could be really... Got this, what do they call it? Tyrannosaurus fucking El Nino or whatever they're calling it. Frankenstein El Nino. So an El Nino, usually a strong El Nino raises sea levels by 2 degrees in the Pacific. This one raised them by 6. I think it's unprecedented. It's going to affect global weather patterns. How it affects them is up to the meteorologists. There you go. I can say, I got the words, all the words. I can say the words. If I can say the N word, I can say meteorologist. Yeah? It's not that big a tongue twister. The slower you say it, the worse it gets. Meteorologists. Yeah. All the words. Hold on. AI, highly unlikely. Well, it's heat wave now, and if I asked if AI Google July, highly unlikely. Some lights just went off over there, which has just distracted me. Hell's Bell, says Jasper. Farmer posts a link and says, ready. I hope you can all enjoy the link. Imagine all them Smurfs and one woman. Smurfette. Where are you all coming from? How did the song go from there? Father Abraham. It's the Jews, I tell you. It's the fucking Jews. Say the words. All the words. Where are you all coming from? Where from Smurfland, where we belong? Can you crawl through a small keyhole? Yes, we can crawl through a small keyhole. Da 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 da. What year would that have been? Early 80s. Mid 80s at a push. I'm leaning early. I'm thinking it was we had an explosion of weirdness with the Rubik's Cube and stuff in the early 80s. 81, 82, 83. Just as we were all getting used to having tapes in our pocket and tape recorders in our houses and bedrooms and things. Where are you all coming from? Where from Smurfland, where we belong? Pretty sure that was it. I could be making up my own. Hi Les, you don't have to introduce yourself every time. I will remember Les from now on, probably. I'll ask if I don't remember. This was at 49. It's currently 57, and I've lost a minute or so. Edge. Yes, my lady. That was Parker and Lady Penelope. She was a London agent. Not British, not UK. She was a London agent. Casino, frigging great though. There's a film called Casino. No tengo ni idea. No idea. Farmer says vibrations for some reason, I don't know. If the great train robbers had got away, would you say good luck to them? If they'd got away cleanly, without injury, didn't they end up shooting a guardsman or something, someone on the train? If they'd got in and out, undetected, unnoticed, and got away with it, I would say kind of salutations. I'm not like I was just saying about the mob and what have you, I'm not a big one for supporting crime. But if you can pull off the big heist cleanly, in and out, no one even knows you've been there until, 12 hours later or something, and no one's got hurt. You haven't blown open the fucking van doors and shot 2 security guards or whatever. But my recollection is the great train robbery involved a shotgun and injuries to a security guy. And I was a security guard once upon a time. That's how does that go? That is something up with which I will not put. But not just because I was a security guard, just because if you can do like raffles, the jewel thief in the books. Or Cary Grant, what was that called? His cat burglar film. Where the detective was chasing him and there was a girl cat burglar trying to outdo him. Can't remember the name of the film, but it was a very good film. I enjoyed it. If you can be the in and out and no one knows, no harm done, don't carry weapons. If I get caught, I get caught. That's part of the risk of the trade. I can respect that. If you're going in tooled up and you're shooting up the place because you're about to get caught, I wouldn't respect that. No. There's an art to some things which, whilst I disagree with, I can still admire. And some things I can't put up with. Got sidetracked introducing my autistic brother to Nintendo mini console. That's one of those ones where it's all in the handset, plug it into the TV or whatever, and it comes with 200 games baked in. I don't know how many, but I threw out a random number out my ass. Yeah. I had a similar thing with my nephews. I used to show them multi-arcade machine, MAME on PC, the multi-arcade machine emulator, and we used to play all the old games. I brought them through the history of computer games, from Pong and other similar games, Asteroids, Space Invaders, Pac-Man, Phoenix, Galaga, Struck Galaxian, all the way through Outrun and through all the other racing games, and bringing them forwards through the history. A lot of those ROMs were either corrupt or incomplete, broken, but they were marked within the MAME software. I mean, it told you before you loaded it that this is an incomplete or a broken ROM or whatever. But I still like to give them a look at it, give them a show of it. Multi-arcade machine, is that still a thing? You could probably run that on a phone now, could you? Should I be downloading that on my tablet? I'm out of date because I've been out of the loop. I haven't been involved with computers for 10 years or so. Let me ask. If I can't run the MAME emulator, I could probably run the Philips G7000 emulator. MAME emulator. The E that's redundant, isn't it? You know how these things are. MAME emulator Android is a search term. MAME for Droid. It's a thing. I'm gonna bet it doesn't come with the ROMs. You have to go off and find the ROMs as a separate download. Otherwise it wouldn't be in the App Store. Yeah, 59K. 59K? That's just got to be an installer. That can't be the full thing. That's something you download that then downloads the real thing. I would expect. There's a second one there for 15 kilobytes. There's no way. There's no way that the multi-arcade machine emulator is 15 kilobytes. And then you've got one called MAME for Droid Current. Do you know what happens when that gets updated? MAME for Droid Current Latest. And after that, MAME for Droid Current Latest Update. Software naming. It's always a fucking crapshoot. Scrolling. I will have a look at that actually. Don Rickles. No idea what a Don Rickles is. Still fun, basic but fun. That's Andy and the whatever kind of the Nintendo Mini. You need to introduce him to Super Nintendo, the SNES. Yeah, I think I was working at Reebok. That would be about 93, 94, yeah? 93. Billy Joe, evening Mike, Farmer and everyone else. How's the heat over there? It's getting baking in the UK. It's getting hotter here again. Despite the skies being clear tonight, wouldn't you know? Last night we had clouds so we couldn't see the eclipse. 28 degrees still at the minute. It's 11 o'clock, 11:05. It's not going to drop below 26, so this is another It's not a tropical night. They have another word. When it stays above 25 degrees all night. Torrid? Is it a torrid night? No. Let me go. I've asked Google this multiple times. Name when temperature stays above 25°C all night. Is it? It might be torrid. We have tropical and then torrid, I think. Equatorial or a hot night. Fuck off with your hot night. No, we have tropical night above 20. They're saying equatorial. That's not the word I was given. And an infernal stroke hellish night is when it stays above 30. It never gets below 30 all night. We've had those while I've been here. We had one night, 3 o'clock in the morning, I stepped out of the house, out of the apartment I was living in, and the thermometer was reading 33 degrees at 3 in the morning. 33 degrees at 3 in the fucking morning. No wonder I was awake. I'm thinking torrid. Let me see if I can just... Hold on. This is AI, so I can do a follow-up. Let me do the show more. I'm going to type torrid night, question mark, and see whether it says, yes, I know that term. Yes, torrid night, noche torrida, is a direct synonym for an equatorial night. Meteorological agencies in Spain, like AEMET, I don't know how to pronounce it, AEMET, and media outlets frequently use torrid night to describe a night where the temperature never drops below 25. Torrid stroke equatorial. Oh, there's confusion. While countries like Spain use torrid night for greater or equal to 25 degrees C, some research... Can't talk. I would say I'd put my teeth back in, but I haven't got any. Uh-oh. Some research papers... I do. They're in my toiletries bag over there. I put them in once on stream just for a laugh. Didn't have the glue to gunk them in, so they were just falling out. Some research papers occasionally use the term for nights staying above 30. However, most widely accepted public definition remains 25 degrees C for torrid. And what did we say that the other one was? It was hellish. It was... there was another word. What were the words? Infernal. Infernal or hellish when it's above 30 overnight. Torrid. So we have... I've lost... What do they call the normal one? Where the night doesn't fall below 20? Not equatorial. God. My memory. My brain is a... shit that I know and then I forget that I know. Tropical, equatorial, or infernal. But the equatorial is synonymous with torrid. Tropical, torrid, infernal. Now you know. You come here to learn things from the tramp, folks. Come on. Find my says punch out and I can't tell why. Dempsey and Makepeace was a good show. It was fantastic, but only because Glynis Barber was such a babe. And the Ford Escort Cabriolet. That was... Who was the star of the show? Michael Brandon, Glynis Makepeace, or the Ford Escort Cabriolet? I think it was the car. Although Glynis Barber was right the way from Blake 7. What an absolute fucking drop dead gorgeous hottie. Apologies, any ladies that are watching. The testosterone got the better of me. But you can't look at Glynis Barber in the 80s without just saying, oh, God, yeah. Oh, what would I give to have, that. They bust his skull, it killed him eventually. Billy Joe, hold on, I gotta scroll back. No, they bust his skull, it killed him eventually. I haven't got context, I don't know what we're talking about. People are welcoming Billy Joe. Lord Mike, you need to watch Casino. Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, Don Rickles, the girl from Basic Instinct. The one with the crossing and the uncrossing of the legs, and is she or isn't she wearing knickers? What was her name? Sharon Stone. It's funny how my memory suddenly works, isn't it? The idea of pussy and the memory suddenly fucking right there. That's interesting. This is why I like Professor Tim Wilson. He said that he finds when memory does and doesn't work is more interesting than people just remembering facts all the time. When the brain does remember and doesn't remember, maybe it says something about people. Just ladies, don't judge me too harshly. I am hetero. It is a thing. That's really interesting. That I didn't know her name, and then it was just there within about 2 or 3 seconds. Instead of my normal tortuous giving myself a clue to a thing, that's just weird. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, great book. Read it multiple times. It's quite horrific in places. When the emperor has all of his concubines' heads chopped off, or most of them, not all, but most, kind of on a whim, almost for no reason. That's fairly early, that's an early chapter. Now it's horrific, it's clever, all of that. Appear weak where you are at your strongest. So if you've got an enemy, if you've got an army in front of you, you want them to attack where you're strongest. And so that's where you appear weakest to draw them in. And then you kind of get them from the sides, or have an extra regiment come in from the sides, or you've done the, what's it called? The bullhorn thing. There's a word. So you've got a line of soldiers going for a line of army going forward, and the left and the right hold back, and the centre meet the enemy head on, and then you have pincer movement. The wings, the horns of the buffalo come in from the sides after they've been engaged. There's a lot of cleverness in there. I like it. But as he says himself, the fight that you're most likely to win is the fight that you never engage in. If you can deter the enemy, scare the enemy away, make yourself look, or make you and your army look like you're bigger than him, and just deterrence. It's almost a mutually assured destruction thing. That's the fight you win. You win the fight that never happens. Every fight you actually engage in, you lose to some extent. You've got 10,000 soldiers, they've got 10,000 soldiers. You're going to lose 5,000 soldiers each before one or other of you backs off. Even the winner loses 5,000 soldiers or more. The fight you win is the fight you never engage in. A lot of wisdom in Sun Tzu. Whether he was a real person or not, or whether it's apocryphal and it's a lot of different authors being put together. It's a lot like the Marco Polo story. No one knows if it's a true person. We talked about Marco Polo at length a few days ago. Timelines are very different. Sun Tzu would be what? I don't know, 1000 BC maybe? Marco Polo would be 1000 AD, 1200 probably, 12 or 1300. Was it Kubla Khan or Obla Khayyam? I don't remember. Foreign names. They foreign words don't stick with me. Hence my inability to learn Spanish, much to my embarrassment. It's a mini SNES classic with 20 games built in. Got it second-hand off Sex. Okay, so I don't know how best to pronounce that place. It's been a torture for me for 20 or 30 years. I don't know how to pronounce it. There was a time it was called Sex Exchange, or was it called Computer Exchange? Is that where the sex comes from? It might have been. It might have been called Computer Exchange at some point, and then they've abbreviated it. They used to, when you used to buy computer magazines in the 90s, and 3/4 of the magazine was like brochures. It was catalogues of different companies' wares. Honestly, the magazine, I could read the magazine's pages, their articles, in a day, but I would still be reading that magazine after 2 weeks, poring over computer parts. Oh, if I was to build my ideal computer, and if I had this much, I'd buy that and that, and you put in an X by the different components, and I'd have this motherboard. Okay, now I need this type of RAM and this type of processor, but I want a good one. And you're picking through, and you're trying to stay within whatever price range you've set. Oh man, I played wish listingtons. I was doing wish lists with that shit. And these were the days. Get this. This is not me kidding. This was real articles at front page of the magazine in 1993. Will you ever be able to buy a computer for under £1,500? This is £1,500 in 1993. Back when £1,500 was a lot of money. He says joking because he doesn't have £1,500 to his fucking name. Or not that he's got access to anyway. Will you ever be able to buy a computer for under £1,500? Imagine that. That's in a computer enthusiasts magazine. Like 5 years later, the same headline was, surely you won't be able to buy a computer for under £500. And a year or so later, you could. That downward spiral of prices and the upward spiral of performance. Moore's law. The processing power of computers doubles every 18 months and the price halves every 18 months. This is back when that was the case. It's no longer that. Computing power still increases. The price does still decrease over time, but nowhere near the rapidity that the original Moore's law suggested. We're reaching limits, and yeah, scrolling. Romancing the Stone. No, hold on. I was about to say Sharon Stone because what was she called? It's the last with the really croaky voice, and she sounded like she was a smoker, and she ended up, I don't know if she had throat cancer or something, but she can't talk. Kathleen Turner, maybe. Where is she now? Let's find out. I think I've got the right name. Kathleen. It's not Kathleen. That's something different. Kathy Kennedy is the end of Star Wars. No. Click there. No. Back. Click there. Go. Kathleen Turner, actress. Yeah, I mean, she hit the wall badly, didn't she? She didn't age well, I don't think. Mary Kathleen Turner, American actress known for her deep, husky voice, recipient of 2 Golden Globes as well as nominations for an Academy Award, aka Oscar, a Grammy and 2 Tony Awards. Are you saying that she got the Grammy and the 2 Tony Awards, or that she got a nomination for them? Rachel Weisz is her daughter? Is that the... She's 72 years old. Romancing the Stone, Body Heat and Serial Mom. Don't know that one. What disease does Kathleen Turner have? Rheumatoid arthritis. That's not the one I was thinking. What's causing the voice? Can arthritis hit your voice? Vocal cords? Side effects from treatment, steroids and things. Okay. Okay. I will retract my comments about her appearance, given that it was triggered as side effects from medication. I'm sorry. I am a dick sometimes. Quite often, actually. Most days. Most of the time, most days. Scrolling! Let him try the sprint in the Olympics game where you use a pen on the buttons in 100-meter dash. Oh, track and field type. The games where you had to slap the fucking joystick backwards and forwards. Does anyone remember those games? Teresa Russell. What? Jasper, where did we go? I like Teresa Russell, whore man with hot dog t-shirt. I need clarification, my friend. I don't know where we went. Mike, when you get to heaven and the angels ask the angles, I would go acute. Perhaps obtuse, but maybe circumflex. You gotta go all the way. Would I be a circumflex angle? Probably obtuse with my attitude. I'm gonna go greater than 90 degrees. I'm gonna be an obtuse angle. Mike, when you get to heaven and the angels ask you to recall the thrill of it all, what's your answer? Oh. I mean, if you subtract sex things and meeting my wife, getting married, those kind of things, if you subtract those, because those were obvious highlights, but they're a bit obvious, especially the sex things. Tina didn't stir, but I fucking heard something. I think I've mentioned this one before. When I volunteered at a drug and alcohol rehabilitation center, for reasons that you don't need to know. You don't need to know the reasons, but I volunteered to give back. And there was a lady there who was trying to, there was a room full of people trying to learn computers. I think my memory is that she was called Eileen because that was my mum's name. I think that's why I remember her name. I'm bad with names ordinarily, but I think she was Eileen, and that's why I think she was Eileen. she said, we were talking and I was trying to guide her through some stuff. And she said that she's no good with computers, but her kids are always on the computer games, the games console. And I said, well, play it with them. Oh, I can't do. I said, look, they're kids. They're probably missing half of the aspects of the game. They're probably not even understanding what they're playing. Sit with them and ask them what they're doing. Talk with them. I think this was the Friday. And I think I was next in there on the Monday or the Tuesday. And she came in and she said, thank you. She just like ran up to me. Thank you. I said, for what? She said, well, I got up on Saturday morning and I sat with the kids. We're all just in our like pajamas, 90s pajamas, dressing gowns, whatever. We're in our night clothes. And she said, it got to 3 in the afternoon and we're all just sat there playing the games. And I was better at the games than they were because, like you said, they didn't really fully understand the aim of the game. And she'd just, by talking with them, asking questions, watching them play, then saying, can I have a go? And she joined in. And they spent half the day just sat there in the nightwear playing computer games. It's one of the most touching moments of my life. She having had the problems that she'd had, obviously the type of establishment that I'm talking about, drug and alcohol rehabilitation. So obviously a lady that's had problems, and her kids will have seen her have the problems and will be like scarred by those memories. But to have helped her crying again, to have helped her reconnect and have that, not just a moment, but to have those hours with her kids, playing computer games with them, reconnecting with them, re-establishing proper real contact. So newly released from rehab, so we are talking about someone going back to their family after an extended break. Kind of one of my greatest achievements in life. Fucking shut up, you cunt. Look at me, I can't even talk in a straight line. What a wuss. Fucking pussy. I'm gonna go get a beer in a minute, folks. We're an hour and a half in, are we? That's what the, start at 10, it's 11. 30-ish. Daley Thompson's decathlon. That was quite a moment. My mum kind of missed it. Me and my dad and my brother, we're sat there and we're cheering on, and we watch the end of the, is it a 800 meters race at the end of a decathlon, is it? Might be 1500 even. We're watching it and we're cheering on, and he's not the winner, he's not in the lead, but we're all cheering, and my mum says, well, that black guy was coming up fast. Yeah, mum, that's him, that's who we were cheering. He had to stay within a certain distance of some other people in order to win the overall event. They've done 10 events. Well, they'd done 9 previously, been scored points on each one, and yeah, he had to be there or thereabouts so as not to lose. She had no. She was watching it. We were all keyed up, and she had no clue what she was watching. She never did sports. She never watched Olympics, World Cup, whatever. Euros. My question might be how I'd get there, Farmer. How do you get to the gates of heaven in the first place? Just to meet the angles, whether they're acute, obtuse, or circumflex. I'm amazed I just remembered those terms for the 3 different types of angle. There are probably other words for once you've clocked around once or twice, once you get above 360, but I wouldn't know if there were such terms. I don't know such terms. And I consider myself a little bit of a mathematician. Statistician, I guess, rather than mathematician. Oh! Eddie, sound. Why do you say sound? Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Come on, bastards! Subscribe! That's Yorkshire. What's he called? Oh, he's Yorkshire something. Yorkshire chef? Yorkshire. He calls everybody bastards. Bastards. Indian bloke. Well, Indian descent. Very funny. I like that. That's, see, people who are 1 or 2 generations in and are fully integrated and know enough to take the piss and josh back. See, it's not I'm not a racist. I'm not against people with brown skin. I'm against the invaders. Anyone who's 3 generations in and still supporting Pakistan over England in the cricket, you're doing it wrong, lads. You live in England and have done for 3 generations now. Yes, you've got some, when Pakistan play against anybody else, you support Pakistan. But when Pakistan play against the country that you, your parents and your grandparents have lived in for 50 fucking years, I've gone political. I shall veer away from the topic because it's I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be the guy that walked 1,000 miles to be right by your smile, perhaps. Da 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 da. Hey, honey, will you go to the shop for me? Oh, do I have to? That's the reality, isn't it? All that I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. Hey, will you go down the shop and get us a packet of cigarettes? Oh, really? Can't it wait till tomorrow? That's the reality. That's what I'm going to leave you with. Tina's right up my ass. Tina girl, I'm going to have to move you, darling. Hey, baby. Literally, I can't move while you're there. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I didn't want to do that. I'm sorry. It's okay. You've still got your feet back there. I've still got to struggle to get out. Whoa. Well, that went wrong, didn't it? I think that was empty water bottle. I do, despite having a tidy up, I do still have a few empty water bottles lying around. 23:34. Give me a minute, folks. I will be back within 1 minute. If there's power enough in the EcoFlow over there, I might turn the fridge back on. Let me put my glasses up. Step over here and around there. I got past you, Tina, without hurting you. I did my job. No, the EcoFlow's gone off, which means there's no power. Oh no, it's not here. It's not here. I don't even know. I don't even know what's what. Straight in the ground. That's a little bit there. That's too long. Oh. Hello, baby. There's some waters. Well, that's nice. I'm glad I moved you then if you wanted water, so I needed water. Sorry, folks. Man flesh alert. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Lots of man flesh. I I just put my hand into a fucking raw chicken. Because why wouldn't you? So this morning, my friend Colleen, this is the lady, believe it or not, randomly. So she's a friend of a friend. Started coming around to bring me like a weekly newspaper and some other things, and she loves dogs. She's from the next village to me, back near Barnsley. I'm from Darfield, she's from Wombwell, or Wombwell if you want to sound it out the way it's spelt, but we don't say it that way, we just say Wombwell. WOMBWELL. She came this morning, brought me a newspaper, brought Tina a chicken carcass, and went on a merry way. And she came back a couple of hours later and brought a box of about 5 chicken carcasses. So this is when all the wings and legs and breasts, it's just the bones and the ragtag bits of meat that get left on. Uncooked. I look at the pack and there's 4 or 5 of these chicken carcasses, 78 cents. I've got to find out where that comes from, because do you know what? After Tina's gone, I'm going to buy some for me to make fucking stock. It's like, I don't think that they're being sold as like a dog food. I think they are being sold as a base for a stock. 78 cents for 5 chicken carcasses. Quite a bit of meat actually on them still, to be honest. I could make a chicken soup rather than just a stock. Just boil it and pull the meat off. But I just put my hand in the fridge right into the open carton of fucking chicken. Yeah. I'll probably, at some point, accidentally touch my mouth and I'll be running into the trees for the 6 hours afterwards. You know how it is. This console demand I play level 1 of Star Fox to play Star Fox 2. Okay. You have to at least have some experience before you can move on to the next level, to the next game. That's hot as fuck. That's what that is, Mike. When was this from? This is from 24 minutes past. Quarter of an hour ago. Is this rocking about a little bit more than normal? Have I put this on a... Yeah, I have. There's a piece of paper under the hot chocolate that you're stood on. You're on the chocolate powder. And then that in turn was on top of some paper. Something that I bought from China, or the solar charger. It's the manual in its best Chinglish. Yeah. So the solar panel that Ismo bought, that's about 1/3 of the size he thought it was, it's got a solar charger. I'm going to set that up one day soon. Fuck knows, these panels are just getting worse and worse. Struggling to get above 35 watts in peak conditions. Hold on, Andy's saying something. Oh, Nintendo are they're their own worst enemy, aren't they? There's this massive demand for simulators, emulators, whatever, and every now and again they bring out something and it's only got like 5 games baked in and you can't add more. And so someone else brings out the same thing but better, and Nintendo prosecute them to shit. They have a legal duty to protect their IP, but to be honest, a lot of those games, if it wasn't for things like MAME, the multi-arcade machine emulator, Nintendo didn't even maintain copies of those games. They only got them back by going after the emulators. They had no interest in them for 20 or 30 fucking years. They didn't care about their old games. They thought nobody else did. When it emerged, other people did, and other people were literally reading them off the EPROMs. They probably weren't even erasable, programmable read-only memory. They probably weren't even EPROMs back then. They were probably just PROMs, programmable read-only memory. People were reading them off there and putting them in the emulator software. Nintendo didn't care. They didn't have a single copy of half of that software themselves. Not a single fucking copy. If it wasn't for projects like MAME, they wouldn't be able to come back now and demand their rights to their software. They wouldn't. You can't demand rights to a copy of software that you don't even have a copy of yourself. That'd be ridiculous. Prove it's yours. Show me your copy. Oh, we haven't got one, but it is ours. Trust me. Honest, bro. Trust me, bro. Scrolling. Proceeded to chase anyone who infringed their IP. Yeah, there've been a clown show for a couple of decades with their overprotection of their IP, to the point of punishing the people who kept their IP alive. Like I said, they didn't have a copy of it. They didn't have a copy. They didn't care. It was ancient history. Who cares about some game from the 80s or the 90s? Was their attitude. The only way that they've got a copy of that software is by going back and downloading it themselves from projects like MAME. Used to play Star Fox with my brother, says Tara. It's not a game I know. Not quite, but not far off. Aweso, I don't know what that means. Oh, awesome, Tara. Okay, you got cut off halfway through typing. The good old days, yeah, simpler times. Games are still tricky though. They knew how to make games back then. Yeah. You progressed through levels, and when you died, and you went back to the start. You didn't get prompted to pay 10 euros, dollars, pounds to carry on. You didn't get prompted continuously, pay €1 and we'll give you a loot box which will upgrade you in some random way, and it's like suddenly you're playing the slot machines. You thought you were playing a fucking arcade shooter or whatever, but now you're rolling the dice on a fucking... I play mobile games every now and again. I never, ever give them an extra penny. Never paid for a loot box, loot drop, whatever you want to call it. Never rolled the dice on an upgrade. When I play something, there's a game similar to 1942, which was an arcade aeroplane shooter. America thought that World War II started in 1942. They couldn't even get their own history right. Pearl Harbor, September 1941, wasn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? But anyway, we were already 2 years in by then. Sorry, Yanks. I have to have a little jab at you every now and again. You do deserve it sometimes. Starwing was the original one. Super Nintendo. Karen says, hello everyone. That was at 23:39. I'm 6 minutes behind. Sorry, Karen. Hello, Karen. No sign of Starwing on this, sadly. Might have to modify it and add ROMs. Is it modifiable? Is it built to be added to and edited, Andy, or would you have to be using your computer skills to reprogram EPROMs and ROMs and whatever else? It might just be an SD card reader inside. That's a sweet story, DM, says Andy. I don't know what story that was. What story did I tell that was sweet? Oh, me and Eileen, the lady with the kids and the computers. It is one of my proudest moments ever, I have to say. It's right up there with the time that I was almost penniless. I was down to my last €5, buying stuff for my wife who was in hospital. And I found a £20 note in the aisle. And when I got to the till, there was a crying kid and I handed the note in. Those two are my... like I said, crowning memories. You've got certain things and there's certain relationship things. Getting married was a biggie, obviously. Proposing, getting married. Some of the sex things and the, you know, you've got these... I'm not going to talk about those. But in more broader, wider terms. I mean, being the first person from my family to get a degree ever, that was a thing. When I told my mum I'd missed out on a first and only got a 2-1, she didn't know what that meant. Hey, Mum. Fuck. She had no clue. I must have explained it to her 4 or 5 times over the years, but then, because it was a 4-year degree, I bumped into my own graduation ceremony by accident one day. I was up there to print off CVs to apply for jobs. And the graduation ceremony that I couldn't afford to go to, I'd forgot it was that day. All that caps and gowns and photographs and shit. That was a low point, I'll be honest. That was a low point. Yeah. I was just a poor pleb that was just up there trying to apply for jobs to try and dig myself out of a hole. They were the rich kids who were running around fucking throwing their caps in the air and doing the photograph thing and all caps and gowns and... turning the corner and bumping into people that you knew that were celebrating while you were just there trying to apply for jobs. Which I never got. Always down to the last 2 or 3. Never rejected early. Always writing at the end. Waiting on that phone call. Oh, we've gone for someone younger. Oh, we've gone for someone else. But thank you for taking part. We're going to keep your details on file. Yeah. Or the classic, you're too old. Saga. Told me at 20, what was that, 25 or 26, I was too old. Never forget that. I will never fucking forget that. I believe that Saga must run the internet because every time I talk about them, that's when we get the disruption in the connection. Do any ladies come over late at night, Mike? No, I only get the gay blokes. I've had 5 or 6 men shouting sexo, sexo. No ladies coming over shouting sexo. Fucking stay inside the tent at the minute, they'd run away if they saw inside. The fact that I've got a dog on my bed that's pissing and shitting all over the place. It's probably not conducive. Most ladies probably don't want to lay down on a bed with a dog that's pissing and shitting. I don't want to be on a bed with a dog that's pissing and shitting. Except for the fact it's my dog, it's my girl, and I'm going to see her out however it goes. Hey babe, Daddy's got his girl. Whatever it takes. Carry you wherever you need to go. Put up with whatever you need me to put up with. It's okay. Daddy's here. It's okay. Sorry. No, I don't get the ladies. No lady has ever stopped off here. I do. I mean, there are ladies that stop off here and talk to me. But, you know, they're expressing concern. They're bringing food. They're bringing water. They're helping out. But no, not in the way that you mean. Ladies coming over at night. Not like that. Oh, do you know what? We're almost 2 hours in. I haven't mentioned. Tomorrow morning, folks, 11 o'clock my time, 10 o'clock UK, probably 5 a.m. either Eastern or Central, I'm not sure, US. You'll have to work it out for yourselves, folks, if you know how to convert UK to Central or Spanish to Central. Tomorrow, 4 years homeless. 11 a.m. I think it was a little bit later when I finally walked down the steps. I think I was 10 or 15 minutes late leaving the house of the friend I was staying with. But I'm going to go live tomorrow shortly before 11. In my head it's 11 because that's the deadline that had been set. The fact that I walked down the stairs 5 or 10 minutes late isn't really the point. I was told 11 o'clock on the 14th of August. Fuck off. Get down those stairs. You're homeless. Don't care what happens to you. Fuck off. Get gone. And so tomorrow morning, I'm going to go live. I'm going to do a 4 years of Tramp. Now, it's not 4 years in this field. That'll be in another couple of months' time, and we will mark that, October the 10th. We will mark that as a separate thing. But for now, October the 14th, I'm going to do a thing. I haven't got anything. It's not going to be... I may cook, but it's not a cookery stream. I might just make some... I've got these pork steaks that need using. And I've got some bread buns that need using. I've also got some hot dog sausages that need using. But one step at a time. How many years to become a master tramp? It's 10,000 hours. Someone do the calculation. I don't know how that goes. So 24 times 30. 24 times 30. That's about what? 7,000 hours? It's only like 6 weeks or so then, yeah? So it's only 6 weeks of tramp to become a master tramp, if it's 10,000 hours. If my maths is right. My maths could be off by lots. I don't think it is. I did that in my head. Does anyone want to fact check? I'll fact check me. 24 times 30. 7,200, isn't it? $24 times 30. Oh, I was off by a factor of 10. 720. Why did I think, hold on, 24 by 30? 7. Okay. Hold on. If 30 days is only 720, I was off by a factor of 10. I got my decimal point in the wrong place, folks. Hold on. Wait a minute now. So to get to 10,000, well, let me just do it the other way around. 10,000 divided by 720. 10,000 divided by 720. Oh! Why did that not work? It didn't take the divided by symbol. How do I clear? 10,000 divided 720. Isn't it about 15? 13.88888. 40. 14 months to become a master tramp, apparently. I guess if you want it to be the hours that you're awake, you could multiply by 1.5, couldn't you? 14 by 1.5, 22-ish. 21-ish. Fuck. My head's cabbaged. I don't do the maths anymore. Why did I think that multiplying those two numbers would give 7,200? That was clearly wrong. A 100 by 100 is 10,000. I was way under that. I don't know. Anyway, there we go. I'll blame alcohol. How many years to become a master tramp? Yeah. So I've caught up with chat, apparently. How's Karen doing? Karen family, you okay? How long is it, Karen, till you're back out here? It's only about 2 or 3 weeks, yeah? Wait. Remind me, I have left the fridge running. Also remind me, I haven't pasted the fucking link. Hold on, the PayPal begging link. Copy. Bear with me, folks. This will only take a second or 6. Down to there, into there, go live here. Tell the idiot to shut up. That'll be the one. Okay. And in here, paste that. Do that. Click. Long click. Pin message. Boom. Okay. Okay, folks. I am a tramp. I do live in a field. If anybody has a spare euro, dollar, pound, rand, I don't remember who's here. If you've got a couple of quid in your pocket and you've got nothing better to do with it and you want to say, here you go, mate, get a beer. Like Michael did a few days ago, like Belinda Binney, I can't remember the rest of her names. She has there's like 6 or 7 fucking names for Belinda. She sent me some pennies. Tony Akadaka in Australia sent me some pennies. I think that was this morning. I don't think I've answered. Oh, that's a bit. Have I not answered? Oh, I did. I think I tried to. I'm not sure whether the answer went through. I did sit there this evening trying to answer that one. I'm not sure whether it went through. I'll have to check later. Try to answer you, Tony, if you are out there looking. 4 weeks. Oh, is it that old? I thought it was only going to be a few weeks. It's still 4 weeks and 5 days. Still 4 weeks and that's forever. I thought it was a lot closer than that. I was kind of perking up on the idea that you'd be here sooner. That's a sweet story, DM. Yeah, it was. one of the proudest, outside of the things that I mentioned before, the relationship stuff and the sex stuff, one of my best ever memories was helping that lady reconnect and re-establish with her children on their level. It will live with me forever. I got pushed out of that place, the place that I was volunteering at. I got pushed out of there shortly thereafter. Their actual computer trainer, computer teacher, didn't like me being there. I was a volunteer that was kind of, I'd volunteered, and she was told, "Hey, you've got this volunteer, there he is." And I didn't know she'd not been a part of the decision-making process or whatever. She didn't really like me being there. So I was walking around this room, and these people are opening Excel like 15 times. Instead of reopening the copy of Excel with their spreadsheet or whatever that they'd already got, they were just opening a new instance and a new instance and a new instance, crashing the computer by the time they got to 10 new instances. Fold it down out the way to do something else, and then launch a new one. And I pointed out that wasn't the most efficient way of doing things. Oh, you're getting in the way of my pedagogical style. I don't know how you say that word, but I don't think she knew how to say it either. You're getting in the way of my teaching style. I'm thinking to myself, that's because your teaching style is shit. Why have you got people opening the same program 15 times when all they have to do is reopen the one that's at the bottom of the screen? So I was screwed. She didn't want me there. I then switched into a role of maintaining the computers, and the company that were maintaining the computers, they didn't know what they were doing. So some of the changes I was making each week, they were undoing each week. Until one day I was there at the same time as them, and I explained to them what they were doing wrong. They were misunderstanding some settings in a program. Do I remember the name of the program? I don't. Oh, isn't that weird? I used that program for years and years and years. I don't know. "24 days, 17 hours and 2 minutes, lol." Okay. Tara will be in Spain in 32 days, Mallorca. Yeah, that's a bit of a... That's different. 24 days. That's just 3.5 weeks, yeah? Unless my math is off. I'm dividing 24 by 7 in a modulus kind of way to get a remainder rather than a decimal. Ah. Used to be called modulo mathematics. Now it's called module maths for some reason. This might be an Americanism. I saw a video the other day about module maths, and I'd never heard of it, so I didn't know what it was until I got in there and realized we were talking about modulus, basically the remainders. 21 divided by 7 is 3 remainder 0, so the modulus is 0. 22, 3 remainder 1. But they gave it a fancy new title that drew me in, and it was silly. 24 days. It's 3 weeks and 3 weeks, 3 days, 17 hours and 2 minutes. Is that how precise the countdown is? Bit far from your DM. Yeah, the Mallorca. Yeah, Mallorca. That's all about. Get on the boat. Yeah. I have to use an OTG hold on, Andy. And USB memory stick or SD card can solder one in. Oh, this is the OTG cables are fun. Or OTG adapters, I should say. It doesn't matter whether it's a cable or a or a dongle. My current one's a dongle. Previously, I had cables. I think they were stolen by the police. I had to go out and buy a new one. I think also my previous ones were USB. They were micro USB to female A. This one is USB-C to female A. Yeah. I've been preaching the benefits of OTG cables and adapters to people for years, and most people still don't have a clue. Folks, the USB socket on your phone, on your tablet, on your computer, on your whatever can do so much more than you possibly know. I can connect an external hard drive to my phone or to my tablet. I can connect, if my screen, you know, I dropped my tablet a couple of weeks ago. If the tablet gets to the point where it doesn't accept clicks because the glass is fragmented and misaligned, I can connect a mouse in theory and still use my phone because OTG cable. So, external storage, whether it's thumb drives, stroke pen drives, whether it's external hard drives, keyboards, mice. If you've got a set, if you've got a radio keyboard and mouse, plug the receiver that you might use on a computer into the OTG adapter on your phone, and use a keyboard and mouse on your phone or your tablet. It's fantastic for extra storage, extra functionality. If your Wi-Fi within your phone breaks, you'd be able to put a Wi-Fi dongle in and still be able to do Wi-Fi. All sorts. On the go. OTG. On the go adapter. Go buy one tomorrow from the Poundland or Pound Shop or Dollar Store, Dollar Tree, Dollar whoever. Or if you're in Spain, from the Chino Bazaars. Well worth it. If you're a prepper, buy 10. Because they will fucking break like everything else eventually. And come the zombie apocalypse, you want to know that you've got enough to get through the first century. Here we go. Not everyone's an ignorant turd. SD card readers, that's another thing. You can put into the USB, into the OTG cable, you can plug in a SD card reader or writer, you know, reader writer. Copy stuff off your phone and to something else, or from that something else to the, yeah, all the things. Do all the things. Tara says, good idea, Karen. I think that was get on the boat. Yeah. Oh, I bet. Not had a holiday for a while. Who's this? Hold on. This is Andy. I bet. Not had a holiday. Okay, jump but straight back to you. Jump down and back. Not had a holiday for a while. Not a proper one. On my things to do list when I get life in order. Yeah, okay. We'll all go see Mike on holiday one day, lol. I invite so many people over, and I do get, you know, some people do come down and see me, and most of them don't arrive empty-handed. They'll bring a crate of beer or you know, a bag of food or something. My mate Ryan brought me a a handheld shower head with a pump. So fill a bowl of water, soapy water, and submerge the pump in the water. And I've got a portable shower. Maybe I'll use it one day. I washed my hair once last year. I did use it, Ryan, if you're out there. I did use the shower head thing. I absolutely did. Tomorrow, though, it's clothes washing. My shorts, I wore these shorts for about 4 or 5 months and then washed them. And then in this last August is so hot and sweaty that they are worse off now than they were a month or a month and a half ago, whenever that was, after 4 or 5 months. They're worse in 1 month than they were after 5. Catch you later on, says Karen. You're on your way. Is it bedtime? Probably. Hold on. Oh no, it's only 11 o'clock back in the UK. I lost track of the time, and the UK's 1 hour behind, so I doubly lost track of time. Cheers, folks. I don't remember. Did I ever get around to turning that fridge off? I don't think I turned the fridge off. I think that EcoFlow probably ran out of power by now. Let me check. Give me a minute. Yeah, one's on 30%. That'll be this one. We're down to 30 on this one, and the other one's down to 13. So it won't have cut off. If I haven't turned the fridge off, it'll still be going. Give me a second. I'll just... Okay, it's down to 8 degrees. That's less than ideal, but good enough for the amount of power that's been taken to get it down the next degree or two. Make do with that. Okay, folks. Chat room just Spain. That was Karen off. Okay, everyone's saying goodbye to Karen. My mate Karen. One of my best friends ever, folks. Helped me in so many ways you could never imagine. TrampCast 001. When Delta Mike first met Karen. If only I'd known. It's like in the first 5 or 10 minutes she says hello, and it registered, but it was just somebody saying hello. It was only later. You got to watch, I don't know, an hour and a half in, when she offers to come and cut my hair. That's when we met properly. That's when we properly connected. Cheers, mate. Gotta love you. And your family. Say hi to Christine. That's her mum. Excuse me, I'm from Barcelona. Manuel. She said, bit with a warm lisp. She then asked if I wanted to accompany her for a trip to her villa. Ooh, that'd be, is that your first, is that you just arriving, Gary, or have I missed something earlier on? I'm just scrolling back in case I've missed. I think that's Gary. That's Gary arriving. Pause this game. You've left the fridge on. I did leave the fridge on. I have now turned it off. We're down to 8 degrees, which is suboptimal, but the EcoFlow is down to 13%, which I have to leave in. Oh, look at that. Hold on. What's going on here? My phone's down to 2%. Hold, it's plugged in. Why is my phone down to 2%? It says it's on 2% and charging. What happened? It's charging at 3 watts. It didn't go dim, it didn't go dark, it didn't give any warning. I am literally, my phone's on 2%. It's been plugged in all along. I got no... %. Quite often that would have cut off by now. I got the lightning bolt, so it says it's charging. It's been plugged in all along. That's redonkulous. What are we doing? I've been saying for a couple of weeks now that I was going to run the hedge trimmers over this. If I can finally peel myself out of these trousers tomorrow, while I'm out here waiting for the trousers to soak and things to happen, I will take the hedge trimmers to the face and take it down to the bone. Totally get rid of it all. Maybe wait 3, 4, 5 weeks for my haircut. Yeah, I 3 degrees is OTS. It's okay. It's -3 Celsius here, mate. Okay, not prepared, not prepped for this. Daisy, you should always be prepped for the weather to be colder than you think it might be. Look at those people that died in Texas a few years ago. Texas never gets cold. Until it did. Then everybody died. They couldn't get warm. Electricity, the ice that landed on, because power cables are overhead. We don't do that in the UK. Between towns, we have the big pylons and the big overhead line. Once you get into a town, it comes down to a substation, and it's all underground. In America and Spain, it's all above ground. It's all there. But if it suddenly gets really cold and ice builds up on those lines break. So everyone lost their electricity in Texas. And it was like -10 or whatever in Celsius. And they didn't know how to get warm. They didn't know how to stay warm. Nobody owns blankets because why would you? It's Texas. It never gets cold. And so they all pile into their car, run the engine and put the heater on. While they're in the garage. Because nobody's ever taught them about carbon fucking monoxide poisoning. Whole families died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sitting in their car, huddled in the garage with the engine running. Because common sense doesn't exist. If you've never been told it, you don't know it. There is pretty much no such thing as common sense. I'm a firm believer in that statement. What everyone thinks of as common sense, it's only common because it's been passed down from generation to generation. And if it isn't, and if you don't know it, you die from it. They all died in each other's arms, kind of thing, you know. They all died in the company of each other. They fell asleep nicely in a nice warm car within a garage. That's the best spin you can put on the situation. They died in the presence of the rest of their family in a nice warm car in a toxic garage. But you know, what can you do? -3 here by me. Not prepared for this. Maybe there is a running in the back. Maybe there's a something running in the background. An app running in the background. Resetting mic. What's that about? What do I need to reset? Oh, the fridge. I before I came live, I closed all apps. The only app I opened was YouTube on this. The tablet's got the EcoFlow and the fridge apps running. What the fuck is that? I got water just dripped on me. Is that from off? Oh yeah, it's wet, folks. We got to dew. We've hit the dew point, or we're about there or thereabouts with the dew point. Are you all right, Tina? Hello, baby. You're not wet. Second drip. Look, get one drip, now get another. I'm gonna get dripped on every 30 seconds for the next 2 hours. Okay, no problem. We're not prepped for this. -3 in South Africa. That's on my nose. Okay. -3. Yeah, that's a bit cool if you're not used to it. Yeah. I don't know what to, I've caught up with chat, which means you lot have slowed down. Thumbs up if you haven't already, folks. We always try and hit 20 on the thumbs ups. If we can't hit 20, then what's the point of being here? No. If we hit 20, what happens is more alerts go out, more people get told about us, and new people might stroll in, like Tara did a few days ago. A great addition to the channel. Thank you, Tara. Fabrizio's on his way. Good night, everyone, everybody, everywhere, he says. Good night, Fabrizio, farmer. Catch you later, mate. I will be live tomorrow morning, like 4 o'clock your time. something like that. You're probably not going to catch that one. And tomorrow night is my Friday night is a usual stream, so I will try, if I'm in the mood, if nothing happens to put me off, I will probably be live, same as tonight, but tomorrow night. But it'll be weird because it'll mean that I've been live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and if I come live Friday morning, then Friday night, potentially Saturday night, and potentially Sunday. It's like I've got a fucking job. It's like I'm a full-time streamer. Am I the next Asmongold? No. I've got far better hair. Far more hair. Twice as old as him and still got better hair. This fucking thing is dripping on me continuously. I'm going to be wet if I just sit here letting it drip on me. It's a good streaming community. I'd like to think so. I enjoy the company of you guys and gals. Yeah. I use the word guys kind of generically. Some people are offended by that. Others just accept it for what it is. It's a word. I was tempted there. I almost did it. I almost said the words just because to prove that you can say the words. Sometimes discretion is a better part of valor. Did I tell you about the guy with the baseball bat that's been let off? Not a charge. The guy that got maced and arrested and everything for buying a baseball bat. That all went away. I still say the desk sergeant should be sacked. He should have, as soon as he turned up and said, why did you, he should have asked the copper, well, you've arrested him for what? He's got a baseball bat in the middle of town. Yeah, but it's in its wrapper and he's got a receipt. The desk sergeant's job at that point is to say no crime and release him. Didn't do it. Sack the copper that arrested him, sack all the other coppers that were on scene, and sack the custody sergeant for not doing his job there and then. I call everyone dude, even my female friends. Yeah, some words just lend themselves to it, and even if they are intrinsically male words, context. It's context. Context and intention. If no harm's meant by it, and people aren't being derogatory, and you know, it's like when I say the N-word, and I do, I don't call people it. I'm talking about whether you can say it, and therefore I say it to prove you should be allowed to say it. It's a point of principle, but it's all about context, intent. Yeah, those things. So yeah, guys, dudes, bros, folks. You can even folk already is a plural, but somehow you can pluralize folks. I guess it's like the way my mate Jasper there pluralizes sheep to sheeps. He knows it's not a real word, but the guy with the baseball bat, yeah, no further action. It's all been dropped. No, he's not been charged with anything. He was. I might have mentioned it last night. I wasn't sure whether I'd said it or not. He was released after about 8 or 9 hours in custody. Middle of the night, didn't know where he was, but off you go, son. You can go home now. No idea whether his property was returned. Usually they'll keep hold of it for a few weeks and make him make a separate trip to go back in a couple of weeks. That's the kind of arseholery of a typical police station. Yeah, the guy did nothing wrong, but let's fuck him about anyway. I'm down to 1%, folks. Why is this? It says it's charging, and then the power's dropping. I don't get it. Unless it's just using more power than it's drawing. It says now it's drawing 11 watts. It should go the other way now. I am literally, I might cut off any second. It says I'm on 1%. It's drawing 11 watts. I will monitor. Because I've got do not disturb on, I'm not getting the plinks and plonks, the alerts that things are going wrong. But my screen, at 5%, the screen usually dims. And it hasn't. It's all really weird. I don't know what's happening. As per usual, you know, nothing new there. I don't know what's happening. If I do disappear, it is because the charging, see the charger's dropped down to 9 watts. And I'm still on 1%. I don't know what to make of it. If it said it wasn't charging, I could unplug cables, blow on them, reinsert them, jiggle, rub my left buttock while hopping on my right leg and spinning around 3 times. But no. My screen's bright. We're up to 2%. Okay, we're gaining power. We have reversed whatever the curse was. We have reversed it. Took a minute or two. We've gone from 1% up to 2. I shall keep you informed. The drama in the Tramp camp. I called everyone dude, even my male friends, yeah. Mike, I have a question, says Gary. I'm always open to questions. Andy said, okay, Andy said why I'm still single. I call everyone mate. Mate's a good word. Just means friend. Well, I mean, technically it means sleeping partner, doesn't it? But when animals, if you say that an animal mates for life, it stays with that one individual forever. But we use mate to just mean friend. Hey pal, how you doing? Hey mate. All right, mate. Yeah. I had one once where I'd got on a bus and it was a male driver. A double decker. I'm sat upstairs. And when I came down, I'm like, cheers, mate. and it was a woman, and I felt a little awkward because I didn't know we'd changed drivers, and I didn't know it was a female, and saying mate to a woman was somehow a little bit. I mean, I've got no problem with that. I say it to Karen now. I call Karen mate, but I did it by accident, not knowing it was a woman driver. So I felt a little awkward, but what can you do? I didn't know they'd changed drivers. If they're going to do fucking shenanigans when I'm not looking, it's kind of on them. Still on 2%. How do you get out of asking larger? How do you get out of asking larger woman if she's pregnant safely? Or you just don't touch the subject. You leave it to her. Yeah. No. My wife. When she was in, I've said that she was in hospital this one time while I was at uni, and it was it was an issue. She had peritonitis. She'd had to be drained of litres of fluid, and she had peritonitis and stuff. And yeah, no, she had an older lady in the next bed ask her, when are you due? Yeah. Tricky. Don't get into that conversation unless they bring it up. Or asking her when the baby is due. Serious question. I saw a situation today that made me wonder how to exit this situation. If you've asked and then they say, sorry, no, I'm not pregnant. Or how very dare you? Oh, I'm sorry. It's a natural assumption or presumption, isn't it? Is it an assumption or is it a presumption? What's the difference between us? I guess pre means before. Presumption, assumption. Let's ask Google, because it's what we do in these parts. No. Assumption versus presumption. There it is. First question. Assumption is a guess accepted as true without any real proof. A presumption is an educated guess based on probability, past experience, or some supporting evidence. So you see a woman with a belly sticking out, it's a presumption. You're presuming based on evidence, past experience. Ladies of a certain age, childbearing years, with a belly sticking out, your previous experience would guide you towards thinking pregnant. It's a perfectly valid, rational conclusion. Apparently, an assumption is just you fucking pulling it out of nowhere. Who knew? Now you know. You come to a tramp for an education. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Dodgy charge cable DM. I've been thinking that for a little while now. One of the strain relief things is kind of fragmenting at one end. But when you're getting the signal that says, you've got the lightning bolt that says charging, or that means charging, you kind of expect it to be, but maybe that's just maybe that's just detecting an earth, or maybe it's detecting a. There's not going to be a neutral, is there? Because it's DC. It's detecting a negative. Can it detect a negative if the positive isn't connecting? I'm not electrical. If one wire works and the other one doesn't, I assume current doesn't flow. But could that trigger the detection that yes, there's a wire there? I don't know. You'd have to tell me. One of the technical family would have to step up. Where's Big Clive when you need him? He's probably lurking in the background like Scruff Dog. Gonna have to go and get the next beer soon. 10 minutes. USB cables are junk, yeah. Assume versus presume, yeah. Getting too technical for me. It's too technical for me. For all these technical guys that hang out with Scruff Dog and with Big Clive, I'm the least technical. When you go there, don't feel lost, Tara. When you go over to Scruff, or if you ever watch Big Clive, I'm the least technical person there. I'm not technical in a mechanical, electrical. I was a computer programmer, web designer, internet security kind of guy. So I'm the least technical person there. But like Scruff Dog's streams are often not, you know, they're not that technical. They're not technical. Something, I've got a long shoelace hanging off and something's pinned it down. There we go. At some point, maybe when I've shuffled with Tina being around, she's stuck right up the back side of my chair again. I can move forward, I can't move backwards. I don't know how she does what she does. Do you know, have I actually done the intro yet tonight? We're over 2.5 hours in. I'm not sure I've done the intro. All of that. Delta Mike, homeless, tramp, hobo, vagrant. Have I done all that shit yet? I might have done it once. I should do that multiple times in the first hour. When I exit these streams, I find that there's been like 200 or 300 viewers that have stayed for like 5 or 10 minutes. I should do more to capture them in that first hour. They see this random thing come up in their timeline. There's a tramp. Do you want to talk to a tramp? Come talk with a tramp. Whatever verbiage I put out that day. And they click and they think, what the fuck is this shit? Why is there a naked man talking to me in a chair in Spain in a field? And maybe they move on. Maybe if I did the intro more often. Maybe next time. Folks, Delta Mike and his doggy Tina. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough. Perhaps sleeps on the streets. Or in my case, in a field. That's a Delta Mike down and out. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. About the same distance as Benidorm is north of Alicante. Torrevieja is about the same distance south. And a similar distance north of Murcia. Murcia city and the Murcia region. There's not a lot in it. As soon as you hit the Murcia region, you're more or less on top of the Murcia city anyway. 50 minutes ish. You might say 45, whatever. Depends what speed you drive. I'll wait for the Lego stream, lol. You can always go and look at his previous ones. I'm more graphic design, etc., cameras, etc. That's as technical as I get. Oh, cameras get technical, don't they? All of that f-stop stuff, I've got no idea what any of that means. I can throw out technical terms and with absolutely no pretense that I have any knowledge of what any of it means. Aperture size and the speed, that stuff, the shutter speeds and all of that. I got no clue. I use my phone to broadcast. There's even when I do a video, I did an actual video yesterday, not just a live stream. I did a video yesterday morning, and I think I did it in 2 takes, two clips that I put together. One of which will become an ad that I tack on to the end of other videos afterwards when I do videos. But I use the phone, I use an app called YouCut, and I use another app to make my thumbnails. It's not an AI app, but it's you know. I basically split the screen in four and I put 4 different pictures on, and that's it. It's as clever as I get. I could get more fancy if I spent money and bought an app with some AI transitions, and firstly, I don't believe in it. Secondly, I haven't got the money for it. And thirdly, it'll probably stop working after 2 weeks and I'll have been ripped off. So that's not what I do. 6 people watching, 14 thumbs up. Music, I did music technology at college, know about different types of microphones, etc. I know nothing about microphones. Again, phone. That's my microphone. And when I had problems with it, I was sticking like a paper, not a paper clip, but a SIM card removal tool, you know, that you press in to get the SIM card to pop out. I was putting that into the microphone area. And when that didn't work, I literally sucked on that hole to try and create a vacuum, and whatever detritus was blocking the microphone, try and get that out. That's about as technical as I get. I think that's possibly one of the most technical things I've ever done. Sucking on a microphone. Take that one away with you, folks. Delta Mike microphone sucker. I think that's where the... So for anyone who's unsure, my real name's not Mike. I respond to it because obviously people are going to call it me. The Delta Mike is the NATO phonetic alphabet. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, etc. So DM, Delta Mike. So my first name begins with D. If you send me money via PayPal, if you send me an email, if you chat with me or interact with me in some other way, I will usually, I try to, sometimes I forget, I usually sign off with my real name. But when I'm online, my real name is banned. You can't post my name, either my first name or my surname, in chat. That is blocked. I've got family back in England. They might not enjoy having a tramp in the family. It's just for other people's protection or benefit. I have a hater channel. He pushes my full name out all the time. If you probably type Delta Mike hater or something like that into Google, you'll probably find the fucker. I don't generally push people in his direction. I watched like 2 or 3 videos when I first discovered him. I laughed, and I wish him well. I hope he makes $1 million. But I think after 6 months he had 5 subscribers. I don't think he's going to make $1 million. I haven't even kept a link. I don't even know the address. Maybe Karen kept a link, I don't know. Maybe I could go check in on him. Make sure he's okay. For my own mental health, I generally don't bother with such things. People who say things disparaging about me or negative about me, I generally look away. My life is finely balanced with the pros and the cons. Obviously, I have my difficulties. I have my difficulties with the law, with the police, with this, with that, with the other. I'm living in a field. I have difficulties with mice, with rats, with cats, with whatever. Lots of difficulties. On the flip side, I don't have to get up and go to work every day because they won't allow me. I would. If I could go to work every day, I'd love to. Disabled dog, dying dog, let's face it. Now the Spanish guy that used to live the other side of the trees, he just used to tie his dog up and go off to work for 8 hours a day. And that dog howled and howled and howled all day long. Viva. Lovely dog. Whenever she broke free, she'd come to me. She did it once in the middle of the night. It was the scariest thing I ever fucking saw. I heard a noise out here. Not a howl or just a rustling. And I came out and I brought the lamp. And these yellow eyes are fucking like reflecting back at me. She's a big dog. Like a German Shepherd, but browner and some sort of shepherd-related dog. But to look out of your tent while you're holding a torch and to have these bright yellow fucking eyes just sat there staring at you. So I gave her some water and some food. He often didn't have food for her. Despite working, you imagine you're working 5 or 6 days a week, even on the black economy. Let's say you're getting paid, I don't know, €5 an hour. You know, you're doing it dirt cheap. €30 a day if you're doing 6 hours, 40 if you're doing 8. It varied from what I could tell with him. He had all the, compared to me, with nothing, I get no income from nowhere. Nothing from the UK government, nothing from the Spanish government, nothing from the Alicante government, nothing from Torrevieja local government. I don't get anything from the Red Cross, I don't get food stamps, I don't get shit. I get shit all from anybody, except you guys. That's why I do these streams. Hence, this wasn't deliberate, folks. Hence, I'm pointing up to the top because the link is at the top for me. For you, it's down there somewhere. I'm not kidding when I say I get nothing from anybody official. This guy was working and was getting money and yet didn't have dog food money and would come to me and ask. He'd come with a carrier bag, a shopping bag, and ask for dog food for 2 or 3 days. You're working, you cunt. Why didn't you stop off at the... He has a friend pick him up and take him to work and bring him back. That friend could have taken him to a supermarket or just to a corner shop or a Chino Bazaar or whatever. He could have gone and got dog food in 100 different places between here and wherever he was fucking working. That's a lot of noise to transport one person around, don't you think? In my humble opinion, to wake 1,000 people up everywhere you fucking drive to transport one person. He could have done it on an electric scooter for silent. I'm turning more and more towards the electric scooters, I gotta be honest. Compared to motorbikes that are deliberately over loud. Like, listen to this car. This car could be carrying 4 or 5 people, not one. And it's a 20th of the noise of that, more, 50th of the noise of that single person carrying device. I've gone off on one. Where am I? Whoops, hadn't liked, said Andy. You've been here all this time. Shame on you, absolutely. You fit right into the nerd clan then. Not me. I'm the least nerdy nerd. Shame indeed, that's Andy, yeah. That was mad, that pathetic arrest. The Chinese bloke trying to take down the English bloke. Man, learn to do a fucking rugby tackle. Put your arms around the waist and drop. And you're going to take down everyone you touch. Holding on around his shoulders when he's a foot taller than you because you're a 4'2" fucking chink. Am I being racist? Probably. Do I care? Probably not. I'm becoming more and more racist, folks, as time goes on. I'm losing patience with being polite about these things. When you see security guards interacting with people online, and they're all Abdul, all black, and their English is ridiculous. People who are being put in positions of authority, whether they're traffic wardens, security guards, police officers, and their English is below the level of like an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old. Why are we putting up with this shit? I could say more. I could go off on a real rant about replacement theory. I always thought it was bullshit. Now, do I believe that there's an actual, like a global conspiracy to replace the white man or the white person? I'd be hard pushed to back that. I couldn't. But does a certain collection of facts and stats and rules and things that have been implemented look like it could be coordinated? I'd struggle to say yes, it's coordinated. But are all the ducks lining up as if it was coordinated? You got to say yes, haven't you? I can't go anywhere else. I'm not saying it is coordinated. I'm saying if it was coordinated, you would do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in reality, what's happening is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, whether it's deliberate or not, that's a conspiracy thing. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you run away from war, when you're seeking asylum, you run away from war, you take your wife, your kid, your mum, your aunt, your uncle, you take the old folk and the kids and you bring them with you. When you go to war, the men go off alone. What are we seeing? Boatloads of single men. We had a boat the other day pull up with over 250 people on one boat, almost all male. 250 people on one fucking rubber dinghy. They've now got better accommodation than me. They're each handed a nice new mobile phone, prepaid debit cards of X number of euros per month, pounds per month, accommodation. The dentist's going to call on them for free next week or whenever. I'm waiting for the men from Hereford to come and fucking rescue me from Spain. Come and get me, lads. I need extraction. We have a foreign nation more or less holding me hostage. 4 years tomorrow at 11 in the morning, my time. 10 in the morning, your time. I'm going to go live. Probably going to do 3 or 4 hours. I might cook myself some food for once. if I can finally clean out the frying pan. I've got some pork steaks that I've had for about 9 or 10 days. They're not ripe yet. You know what I mean? They're not turning nasty. But they're gonna do if I keep them any much longer. Any much? That's not even any much longer. If I keep them any longer or if I keep them much longer, I couldn't choose between the two, so I went with both. Okay? Shut up. Fuck off. I can talk. Microphone patterns was my favourite subject. Okay. Bet shops will be putting them in bags. I think they'll be coming in boxes from now on. That's my bet. And they'll put it'll cost them an extra 20 pence to buy cardboard boxes to put them in. And they'll charge an extra £1. Because that's how commerce works, isn't it? Maybe they'll put a sticker on there saying, don't display this out in the open. Keep it in the box until you get home. Andy's into his hi-fi. Love tinkering with acoustics. Oh, God. 3.1, 5.1, 7.1. Gold connections. True or false? Gold connectors, I should say. They exist, but false. Does it improve the fucking... Just don't. Shush. Don't start. It's a portal to another dimension. Acoustics, yeah. Okay. Good stuff, Andy. Musical symbols. How far back am I? These were at 44. I'm 12 minutes behind. Let's all go spam the haters. Chat law, report him. I wouldn't ask people to do that. If you see the channel, he does make threats, like physical threats. He said he was going to come down here and beat me up so hard I'd fall off the cliffs and die on the rocks or whatever. If an individual wants to file a complaint, that's between them and YouTube. I'm not advocating it. I laughed when I saw 2 or 3 of his videos, and I just figured leave him to it. After 6 months, 5, he probably doubled his audience when I was told about him, and then I pointed him out to 3 or 4 friends. That probably doubled his audience. But my original point was he's got my real name. He knows that the DM stands for and he makes a big point of putting it out there, like he's revealing some ancient secret. Truth is, if you look up Delta Mike on Facebook, I'm there. And then if you look up like my ex and things like that, and then you go to them, and then you'll see she links to my real account as well as this account. It's not rocket science. It's, you know what I mean? It's... You think you've made a major discovery and all you've done is the obvious. And then you shout about it for maybe about a year now. I think his account was, when I discovered it roughly around Christmas, I think it was, or maybe this side of New Year. But his account was about 6 months old and he had 5 followers. He had like 2 or 3 times more videos than he had followers. But yeah, suffice to say, I have a hater channel, so that's nice. There's always a knobhead somewhere, Andy. And here I am. You're on my channel. Okay, folks, let's keep going. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark, I believe. But with the audience, either the audience numbers have really dropped, which would surprise me, or we've had a bit of a disconnect and the people counter lost track. Andy needs to put his phone on charge. I had to do that with mine not long ago. I was down to 1%. I'm now on I'm still only on 11. Fuck. Hold on, you've been charging for a while. You're taking 9 watts. Hold on. Oh, and 3 of that's the lantern. The phone's only taking 6 watts. It's supposed to take 14, for fuck's sake. Same. It's taking 8 and 3 for the lamp. Well, that's pretty much ridiculous. Like, I think it was Andy suggested earlier, I think the cable's getting old. USB-C is a strange standard, isn't it? A lot of the cables don't follow the actual, well, not just the cables. So you've got 2 devices at either end of the cable. The devices don't follow the true spec. The cables don't follow the true spec. Whatever you end up with at the end of this negotiation that they undergo, negotiation, yeah, you undergo a negotiation. There's a signaling goes on. Hey, I'm here. Hey, have some power. No, I want this amount of power. Okay, I'll give you that amount of power. And there's a transaction happens, a handshake between the devices. But I do believe the USB-C spec is overly complex, fundamentally flawed. Whatever they come up with next has to do a much simpler. It has to simplify the job down. If you've got more than 3 variations, you're doing it wrong. Do you want low, medium, or high power? Signal that shit. Oh, is this a power only or is this data and power? I guess power only, data and power. However you sort that out. 3 levels of power. Pick your numbers. I would suggest like 5 volts, 12 volts, 60 volts. Can these thin wires take 60? I don't know. Maybe I mean watts. No, I don't mean 5 watts. Anyway, pick a high, medium and low. And then is it data only, power only, or both? And that's all you... What else does a USB cable need to know? Or a USB device? Set some standards. Would be my suggestion. What do I know? Tramp, living in a field. The current thing where you buy cables off Amazon and they're non-compliant and you might accidentally fry devices because the cables are non-compliant. Don't care if my $1 or €1 or £1 cable fries. Couldn't give a shit. But if you blow up my $300 euro pound phone, or 500 or 1500, then I'm going to get angry. And that's kind of where we're at the minute. It's the wild, wild west out there, folks. Scrolling. I'm going to go get a beer in a minute. Make sure the cable works, otherwise it won't charge. You see, mine says it works. It shows the fucking lightning symbol in the corner. But 5 minutes after it was on 11 and I unplugged it and plugged it back in, it's still on 11%. It's supposed to be able to draw 14 watts. It's drawing 7. And I don't know why. Tomorrow I'll have a go with some alcohol rub, like the hand sanitizer type shit, on the outside of the connector, in case it's like a grease buildup or something from where I touch the connector while doing things. But other than that, I think it's more likely cables and strain relief and dodgy, dodgy connections, dodgy wiring. Not the connector connection, but the wire itself. Tina girl, I'm gonna have to move you, babe. Oh no, I don't. You've moved yourself. That's a good girl. I'm coming past. I'm gonna go get a beer because we are 3 hours and 5 minutes into what should be at least a 4-hour stream. Oh, babe, no. You've put your head under the chair. I am gonna have to move you now. Sorry, babe. Hey, Dad loves his girl. I'm not being that guy. I'm not being nasty. Okay. Let me move your food bowl as well. I'll put that up here so that it's still in good order for tomorrow. Right, folks. 60 seconds. I've been on 3. I haven't peed yet, have I? Maybe when I stand up, I might decide I need a pee. I'm not sure. If I do, I'll come back and turn the microphone off because it's nearby. I don't think I do. But I never know until I stand up. The body's weird like that. Give me 60 seconds. Go, go, go. Oh, water all down my back. Ow, I'm saying ow. It's not, it didn't hurt. It's just a cold. Oh. Hello, baby. Can I get in here? Can I get past you without standing on you? Go on, let me in. Good girl. You're my hero. Hello, American chicken. Chicken. Oh, you've already laid an egg for me. A little brown egg. Give me a minute, folks. Clean up on aisle 2 is required. Oh, sorry, darling. I didn't see it on my way out already. Wait. Give me a second, folks. Tina's done a whoopsie. As Frank Spencer would put it. That's okay, babe. That's okay. That's why you have a daddy. Oh, no, it's just a wee. Okay. Alright, well, I just move you. Alright. Well, that's even better. I just move you so that you're not laying in it. That's okay. That's okay. No, it was a clean up on aisle 1, not aisle 2. It's okay, babe. That's why you have a daddy, isn't it? Help you out. Keep you sorted. Keep you clean and sorted. Okay, folks, where were we? How many viewers did I lose while I was away? Are you at 3% yet, DM? 3% of what do we... Give me a clue. What's 3%? Whoa. I am being rained on from my umbrella. And Tina's having a nice drink. There we go. Oh, did you mean the charge on the phone? Oh, I'm up to 14. It was on 11 for like ages and ages and ages. I unplugged it, plugged it back in, and now I'm up to 14 in minutes. In 3 minutes, 3% added. Who fucking knows the mysteries of the? It's only I'm only drawing 9 watts in total, and 3 of that's going to be for this lantern, the lamp. That's just weird. It can detect a voltage but be low on current if the wire is damaged. Okay. So that's why it might show the lightning bolt but still not charge. It detects, what did you say? It detects a voltage but be low on current. Yeah, a break in the wire that's extra resistance, isn't it? If it's a like Current is still there, it's still flowing, but if there's a break or a pseudo break, a close break, half break, whatever it is, it's more resistance, I guess. Not that I know anything about it. My issue is having to get, hold on. My issue is having to get up from this chair, lol. You do the noises. Ugh. I remember the days when I didn't make a noise when I got up or sat down. Is this a guy thing? Do women? I don't think I've ever heard women make noises when they get up out of the chair. Help us, Tara. We need a female perspective on standing up out of the chair. And assuming it's not an ultra upright Queen Anne old lady chair, like the one I have inside the tent. I don't get to use it because I've piled so much shit on it for that long. I never see the fucking chair. But I do have a big old lady upright Queen Anne chair. It was retrieved from the bins by Karen and her fella. Yeah. Are we getting political? Who knows if it is deliberate or not, but no women or children. It's, yeah, the invader thing. It is political. But you have to look at the common sense of the statement. So when Britain got involved at the beginning of the Second World War, the British Expeditionary Force, it wasn't called a war to begin with. It was an expeditionary force that was going over on an expedition to help expedite matters, you might say. We before the big retreat in Dunkirk and all of that. Men go to war. People running from war take their wives, their children, their mother, their aunts, their grandmas, the demographics speak for themselves. The few women, when Sweater or whatever, however you want to pronounce it or say it, the Moroccan, well, it's not Moroccan, it's the Spanish enclave within Morocco. When that got invaded the other week, there were a few women in there. And do you know what happened to them? They got gang raped. Let that sit with you for a while. They didn't bring many women with them, but the ones they did bring got gang raped. Animals. I'm not being political. I'm being outright, outspoken. I'm being pushed towards becoming racist. Those people are different from us in multiple different ways. And we're letting them in. You see this village now, it's a village of 500 or 600 people, and they want to put 1,200 Abduls in an army camp there. But do you know what happens? They get the vote. In a year's time, when the next council elections come round, those 1,200 will all vote exactly one way. They will vote en masse in whichever direction they want to go. They now run that town. If they say no alcohol, let's close all the pubs, that town suddenly doesn't have any pubs. If they say Sharia, do you remember the last election? There was a by-election a little while ago, and Abdul won, and they gave their They gave their acceptance speech in Abdullah. I don't know what you call it. Arabic. I don't know. Their acceptance speech wasn't even in English. These are the same people that want to open a mosque next door to a pub and then complain that it's haram because there's a pub next door to their mosque. Am I becoming racist? Yes, I think so. That one race, that one group, it's actually a religion. I'm becoming religiositist. Is that a word? I'm inventing the word. Religionist. Religiosinist. I don't know. I don't see how you can't be nowadays. Scrolling because it's gone political. Let's go back to normal. Are we getting political? Who knows if it's deliberate or not, but no women or children. Yeah. Just let the battery run out, Andy, said Tara. Would you not live in Spain then, DM, or just try... Oh, it jumped. Well, how far did it jump? Would you not live in Spain then, DM, or just try and get back to the UK, never to return to Spain? Once I go back to the UK, I expect I will be banned from Schengen. So not just from Spain. Spain, France, Germany, Portugal, Italy, Greece, all the Vacias, Slovakia, no, there isn't, Czechia, Slovenia, well, however they're calling themselves nowadays. I can't keep track of the fucking names. Half the countries I grew up with don't exist anymore. I have to go back to the UK because it's my homeland. One day I have to go back. Whether I go back as part of a... I've got to be careful what I say. Whether I go back and join a force of... Okay, you've watched Death Wish. And what was the modern thing called that just came out? I haven't watched it. I downloaded it, but I still haven't got around to watching it. You know what I'm saying? Whether I go back as part of a pseudo-military, Look, at some point, people are going to have to stand up and start defending. We are many, they are few. And at some point, we're going to have to show them that. What I predict, don't advocate. I'm not saying I want this to happen, but what I predict is like a Kristallnacht. But not against the Jews, obviously. They're not the problem. I predict a riot. But it will be countrywide. Fucking idiots. I predict, just for YouTube's clarification, prediction, I don't advocate. I'm not saying this should happen or I want this to happen, but I believe it will happen. There will be an uprising where the indigenous population say enough is enough and we will wreak havoc upon I just said the invaders. Now, if you're a black man or woman and your family's been in the UK for 3 generations and you support England when it comes to the football and you're all good and it's no problem. See you down the pub, buy you a pint, no problem. But if you're the other group that want us to change our ways, you're trying to tell us that we shouldn't have restaurants open during February because Ramadan. Fuck off. Who the fuck do you think you are? We are many, you are few. Get that through your thick fucking skull. I can't go to Saudi Arabia and demand alcohol because that's my fucking right. You go to a country that's Muslim, you put up with the fact that either there's no alcohol or it's only available in tourist areas, maybe, like in Tunisia. You bend to the will of the local populace. Maybe they meet you halfway, maybe they don't. But you don't get to walk around and dictate. You see the thing in Paris? People were sat doing the Parisian cafe culture. You don't really get this in Britain. Well, you do now a little bit because it's warming up. But back in the day, Britain was too cold to sit outside a bar or too unpredictable. Maybe it'd rain. But in Paris, you can sit outside a bar and you drink and you eat. You have a croissant and some coffee in the morning. And Abdul walks along and starts shouting at people because it's Ramadan and how dare you. Maybe get inside and eat so I can't see it because it's fucking Ramadan. Fuck off. Just fuck off. No. How dare you? If I went to Saudi Arabia and started shouting, I want a fucking beer. I want a bacon sandwich. You'd get yourself fucking locked up like that. But we're now in this position where in France, Abdul walks through the streets and starts telling people off for eating or drinking, just drinking at all. Because you could be drinking water. It doesn't have to be beer. You're drinking water. But it's Ramadan. You're supposed to fast from sunrise to sunset. Except I'm not Abdul. What do I care about your rules and your religion? Couldn't give a flying fuck. We have to stand up and tell these people, no, we don't give a flying fuck. We are many and you are not. And if you want to if push comes to shove, who do you think's going to win? Scrolling. I got very political, a little bit angry. 24% and counting. Died 10 times in level 1. Ghouls and goblins. That's a good game. Running through the graveyard, throwing swords. Was it swords that you threw? It was on the Amstrad. On the Amstrad CPC, you were throwing swords. Amstrad CPC next door. The girls next door had the 464. We had the 6128. Yeah. Still addictive. I do make noises when I get up. Having a chronic illness doesn't help. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Plus getting old. We're all getting older. There's not a person on the planet getting younger. I mean, Cliff Richard used to think he was. Other people used to think Cliff Richard was. I don't know how many virgins he must have slaughtered in his fucking cellar to get away with it. Joking. Joking. I know he had the whole Operation U-Tree thing. I'm not the Jimmy Savile thing, and I'm not going there. I don't believe for a minute that there's any evidence against Cliff. Apart from Epstein Island. Maybe. I think it's probable. But anything else? You know a rich man, you go to his island, who knows what happens, you come back. The fuck was that? Don't know. I love Cliff. Everybody knows 1 and 1 is 2. I'm the one, the other one is you. I brought my girlfriend at the time, future wife, to tears with that particular song. There's a memory. Hey, Jan. What year would that have been? Maybe 94? 95? Before we got married. Was that 96? Probably. Fuck. What? Do I remember my wedding anniversary? I think I do. I'm still being rained upon by these droplets from off the side of the brolly. Scrolling plus getting old. That'll do it. My human battery needs charging too, says Andy. My phone is 32%. My human battery is probably 5. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty tired myself. I always have to hang on. I try and hang on for this 4-hour mark. It's just, it's not really ADHD. And that's annoying. I bet the driver's. Oh, is that sounds more like a house alarm. It's not a car alarm, is it? Usually a car alarm, the driver's stood right next to the door and turns it off after about 3 seconds. That's a house, I think. Scrolling some more. The UK is like a parallel universe because they let other religions and countries instill their own beliefs. That's the UK's government's fault. Yeah. There should be more restrictions on building mosques, on building, what's the Jewish equivalent? Anything that's non-Christian. Now, I'm not religious, okay? Let me state that up front. I'm atheist. But I appreciate the fact that the UK is built from a Christian tradition. So I'm not like trying to demand a Christian government. You know, I'm not wanting an official religion in the country. I just think we should restrict other religions that little bit more. Especially if they're going to form a bloc. So when there's an election in places like Bury and Blackburn and parts of Manchester, they literally all vote. The imam, whatever he is, tells them how to vote. And then the man who's been at the prayer meeting tells everyone in his family how to vote. And they vote as one block. This is why they're overrepresented in every sphere of UK politics. Whether it's parish council, city council, county council, parliament. They're way off. What are they? Like 8 or 9% of the population. They seem to be about 30% of parliament. Fuck's that about? We got people get elected to Parliament who aren't even resident in Britain. They don't even live there, but they're an elected MP. Explain that to me. It's the thing I just said about the block voting. They get told who to vote for, and they just, like sheeple, they vote the way they've been told by the imams. How is a foreigner, a literal fucking Abdul who doesn't even live in the UK, get elected to Parliament? How does the system allow that? It's obvious. We never thought we'd need to specify you had to be a fucking Brit, and so we never specified it. And therefore, along comes Abdul, sees the loophole and takes the fucking advantage. Did I used to be racist? Not at all. I was at college with people that were Indians and Pakistanis, Bangladeshis. They had problems with each other. The Indians and the Pakistanis hate each other. Somehow formed a kind of an alliance because it was brown-skinned people against white-skinned people to some extent. Not that there was an against, but they did actually sit in the corner talking to each other more than nowadays. If I tell you this, you would expect. But it's kind of an unholy alliance. They really, they're far more racist than we are, or religionist, whatever the word might be. The Indians and the Pakistanis hate. And if you look back, you can see partition. They weren't getting on when it was one country. So us being the Brits that ruled the world, we drew a line on a map and said, okay, Abdul goes that way, and not Ahmed. I can't think of an Indian name. That's how racist I am. Muslims that way, Hindus that way. Let's put it that way. That's the way it kind of Muslims that way, Hindus and Buddhists. You guys seem like you're not too fucking extremist. You can live together over that way. And while one bunch was moving out and moving that way, and another bunch was moving that way, they still managed to kill a lot of each other on the way. Because it's a scorpion and the frog, isn't it? It's in my nature. It's in their nature. I've gone very political and very racist. I don't mean to be. Yeah, we invite them in. We give them. We don't say, and this is what we should have done from the start. We should have said, "This is us. This is who we are. Fit in or fuck off." I think it's called the Danish model now. Denmark had problems with immigrants and start to implement this procedure. We celebrate Christmas, we celebrate Easter, we do this, we do that. If you can't tolerate that, don't tell us not to. If you can't tolerate that, get back on the boat. Fuck off that way. Denmark did that. Meanwhile, Sweden is the rape capital of Europe because they didn't do that. And the hand grenades, all the hand grenade explosions around Malmo, however you want to pronounce it. Big problems with gang violence from certain mobs from certain countries, literally throwing hand grenades around, as well as all the rape stuff. I'm almost not religious, more spiritual, says Tara. When we visit other countries, we're respectful. Generally, I mean, I'm sure you get some people who go to a Muslim country and then walk around in a fucking bikini because they're idiots. But they learn not to pretty quickly. But generally, we're respectful. But yeah, you do, you know. Ah, it jumped. How far did it jump? When we visit other countries, respectful, okay. Not religious, more spiritual. Careful around naked flames. Oh, spiritual usually leads to candles, doesn't it? Yeah. Hi, TrampCast. Luke! Hello, Luke! Luke, formerly of Benidorm. Last I heard you were back in the UK. I don't remember where. Possibly Manchester, but I might be pulling that out of my ass. Tell me how wrong I was. This was a very, very random stream. I'm saying was as if it's open. As if it's over. What did I get open for? We've got at least 23 minutes to go. Bristol, okay, that's how wrong I was. Sorry, I'm a dick. I'll try and remember that next time. Will you be travelling backwards and forwards, or is that you home now and away? Home and away. Oh, Bobby. Anyone remember Bobby and Home and Away when it first started? Bobby and Roo, Kanga. They call her Kanga because... Why did they call her Kangaroo? Roo. I don't remember why. I remember the early days of Home and Away. And of Neighbours. First few years I watched Neighbours kind of religiously. Way before Kylie came in. Craig McLachlan. Does anyone remember Des and... Oh, when Des got he was going to get married, what was she called? I remember Mrs. Mangle. Not Des and Sky, that was later. But who was the girl? Oh, the blonde-haired pretty one. Oh, that's annoying. Like I said, I watched it a lot right from the episode 1. Series 1 episode, and it's not series as it's continuous, but episode 1. Have you seen any shooting stars, bro? No. I got this lamp here and the sky becomes, I can see like 2 stars. We're still in the middle of the Perseids, aren't we? Or I guess we're leaving. We're at the end of the Perseids now, maybe. When I've got this in front of my eyes, I can't see Jack. No. About a week ago, Saturn should have been low on the horizon off to the east as nighttime kind of happened. I haven't seen... I'm either inside the tent or I've got a bright light in my bloody face. I didn't even get to see a fucking eclipse, did I? It got a bit dull. It didn't even get dark, it got a bit dull. It was a total washout. Everything's rubbish. Okay, so Luke, I'm just looking back. How was the eclipse last night from your end? You should have watched the stream, my friend. I did what did I do? 4 or 5 hours? Just been down the beach in Western Supermare. Hold on, let me try and... No people was lovely and windy. I'm gonna interpret that as... See? I'm pretty good at interpolating and interpreting even typos. Yeah. Correct. Yes. I know. I'm good at this. I can read. I've been reading since I was 3. I'm good at this. It's raining. I've got this. We've hit the dew point, and everything's wet, and this brolly above my head is dripping right down straight on me. It's a little bit annoying. It's probably dripping on Tina as well. Hey, babe. She's not reacting. Non-responsive. She's breathing. I can see she's breathing. She's not responding to me though. My phone is shit, says Luke. I have to be careful what I say because my phone was gifted to me. As was my tablet, but both by the same person. I've managed to break the tablet. You are live, it says. Which means probably not for another 10 seconds. When I watch these back, half of what I've said after I've reconnected supposedly doesn't actually make it on other video. Or what I also need to do, because we've been disconnected, is check I'm still on live chat. And I'm still on oh, there's a name. I haven't got the name. Do not disturb, that's it. We're all still good. Okay. Although apparently I need a cough. Luke says, well, the weather is changing soon for the cooler and we will be watching you having a storm from inside the tent again. Can't wait. The weather where you are or where I am? I don't need storms while I haven't got a roof. Before any storms, I intend to deconstruct this tent and construct the next one, which I've been sitting on now for a good, is it 6 months or 9 months? I've been sitting on it forever. Pretty sure Karen got it for me last year. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. You love a good storm, really. I do. When I've got a roof over my head. My roof blew away a couple of weeks ago, and so, well, maybe a month ago. So right now that would be suboptimal. A little bit less than ideal, folks. If I was trying to optimize this particular function, I would want roof equals 1 before storm equals 1. Yeah. I did risk it a couple of nights ago. Out of nowhere, the weather forecast suddenly showed 2 or 3 hours of thunder and lightning. Let's think. This is Thursday night. This must have been either Monday or Tuesday. I think Tuesday. Can't be sure. But yeah, suddenly we had actual thunder and lightning. It started to rain. Little pitter patter, little spitting, spotting, whatever word you prefer. But I had no roof. I've got a tarp inside I could have come out and put on. I didn't have to get up and go. Too lazy. Let me qualify that. Not laziness. Depression, I think. Or something like it. I haven't got a medical diagnosis of depression. But when you're laying in your tent, you've got no roof. You see a weather forecast that says thunder and lightning and rain. And at one point it said 8 or 9 millimeters of rain, 8.7 or something millimeters of rain in the next hour. That's a lot. And you've got a tarp that you could bring out and put on. And you just can't be fucking asked. I don't know. I don't have the medical diagnosis for what that is. I think it sounds like depression. I thought, I'll take the gamble. There's a 50% chance of 9 millimeters of rain. If it happens, we get very, very wet, and we get up in the morning and we dry out. And maybe it doesn't happen. I just sat there, or lay there. You think that sounds like depression? I think maybe. I know I like to appear this kind of upbeat kind of character online. The whole Delta Mike persona. I've talked in the past about what's she called? Sasha Fierce. I don't remember her name. Anyway, this singer, female, famous. She, when she steps on stage, she's quite nervous. And when she steps on stage, she inhabits a persona. And Sasha Fierce gets her through it. I almost had a name there. I missed it. Someone tell me. Female, American, singer, coloured. Can you say coloured? Oh, it was so close. I almost had it. Something or other. Berminitas. Oh, fuck. Really? Where's my tablet? What's here? Nobody's told me. Nobody's told me. Oh, this no go. Look at this, guys. 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's a service bus stopped at the top of the road. You don't get that in the UK. Do you know on Christmas Day, the buses run? In the UK, you want to get to family on a Christmas Day, you got to go get a taxi. Spain, they say, what? Don't you need to get to family on Christmas Day? They keep the buses running. 1:48 at night, and the bus just stopped. That's probably the last bus, but even so. Beyonce, I haven't even typed it. Look, I've not typed a single letter. But the moment I went to type a single fucking letter, I got the answer. It's in there. So Beyonce's quite nervous before she goes on stage, and she inhabits this alter ego that she calls Sasha Fierce. And I think I'm a little bit the same with Delta Mike. So again, for anyone who doesn't know, my name's not Mike, I'm not Michael, I'm not Delta. Nobody's called Delta. No such fucking name. There's probably one American silly singer called Delta. Called Delta. But that's because of America. I've said in the past how I'm the quiet guy in the corner in a bar. I'm not the most gregarious. After a couple of beers, I get a little bit more outgoing and friendly. Then another couple of beers. And then after another couple of beers, I probably get a bit leery and probably people get fucking pissed off with me. But I keep going because that's how beer is. If you've ever known, if you know anyone who drinks beer, that's kind of how alcohol is. But I'm the quiet, shy guy, really. This is why we are almost 4 hours in, and I'm down to about here, maybe, on my third beer of the night. I've had 2 beers and that much. Where are we? It is Beyonce. It was Terry, yeah. What? Dark is on a Girioni, Mike. One of us has drunk too much, and I don't think it was me. Either my eyes are going bad. Is that like Journey? Maybe? Drake is on a journey? Maybe? I don't know. Love you, Mike. Well, that's good to know. She was in Destiny's Child. She was. And she wasn't even seen as being the main star. It looked like Robbie Williams in Take That. You get these people that are seen as being a background character. Now, Beyonce was writing a lot of the songs, or wanted to write songs and contribute to songs. Yeah, Destiny's Child. So the other, there was one particular girl who thought that she was the main star. She thought she was the main character. They call it main character syndrome, don't they? She thought she was the main character, even though Beyonce was doing a lot of the writing. Yeah. And when she got away and got the spotlight on herself, it's a bit like Art Garfunkel and Paul Simon. Yeah. Paul Simon was writing the songs, playing the music, doing all the composition and the audio engineering. But Art Garfunkel, he thought, yeah, but I'm the one that goes on the stage. I'm the one that everybody sees. I'm the one. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Once Paul Simon left you, where were you? Is he still alive? I know Paul Simon is. I think Art Garfunkel died. Did he? I've got half a recollection. Let's check. I assume Art is Arthur, but I don't think I need to know that anyway. I think he died a few years ago. Art Garfunkel. There we go. Oh no, I'm misremembering. 84 years old, born on the 5th of November, bonfire night. Arthur Ira, or IRA, Garfunkel. Why did I think he died? So he's 84. There's someone coming this way. It is. Oh, I think. Oh no, it's you again. Big old camper van. You gotta be careful with those. The world is turning against them. Torrevieja's turned against them when COVID happened. Scrolling, folks, I'm scrolling. It used to be 4 of them, I think. That was the one that left. Who thought she was the lead? Yeah. I'll tell you the name of the other one. Destiny's Child. I thought there were 3. Destiny's Child. Looks like 3 in the pictures I'm seeing here. American girl group formed in Houston, Texas, 1990. Although the contributions of its principal members, Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, she thought she was the main star, Michelle Williams. Oh, and then there's an original members, Latavia. Where did they get these names from? Latavia Roberts. Hold on. Latavia Robertson and Latoya Luckett. The group is regarded as one of the most influential girl groups in pop music. Only because Beyonce. Themes of female empowerment. Yeah. I'll show you how empowered I am. I'll get my kit off. I'm not sure how that works, folks. If men were in charge, we'd have women naked, obviously, like the Ferengi in Star Trek. But when women want to assert dominance, they strip their clothes off to get almost naked. I don't get it. It's if I was a spitting image puppet right now, my ears would be waggling. Illogical, Captain. Men want women to get their kit off. When women want to assert their dominance, they strip off. Tell me how that's not what the men would have had you do. I mean, it's a watered down version. Suddenly you're not naked, you're nearly naked. But three, Beyonce, Kelly, and Michelle. I forgot the fourth. Yeah, there looks like there was a fourth, and there was an original two members. I'm not sure how. Maybe there were always a trio, but as members left, other people came in. I don't know. I could carry on reading and get the. Kelly never became successful after they broke up. No, but then she started like being on these Simon Cowell type shows, judging what are they called? You know the ones. The Am I a Star type fucking programs. I don't know what they're called. I don't watch reality TV type stuff. Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent, them things. There are some that are just for singers, and there are some that are for acrobats and dancers and fuck knows what else, comedians. I opted out before they started, pretty much. Although YouTube will throw up clips and things from time to time. What's the one that's not called Got Talent? There's another one. Got Talent, Britain's Got Talent, UK's Got, America's Got Talent, whatever that is. That's more open. You could be a team of acrobats or whatever. In fact, there was a group, wasn't there, a bunch of black lads from Birmingham or something that were all about the acrobatism, acrobatism. It's probably not a word. Acrobatics. What's the one that's not that though? The one that's purely for singers. I've no idea. Oh, I'm burping. My counter tells me I'm on 3 hours 59 any second now in about 15 seconds. We'll go a couple of minutes over because we've had a few outages. We might call it quits here, folks. Unless you want me to go long. You want me to go long? Type go long. 6. I want to see 6 people type go long, and I'll go and I'll keep going. But as far as I can tell, there's only 2 of you out there. There's 11 watching. X Factor. That is indeed probably the one I was thinking of. I don't watch any. You can tell I've never watched any of them. That. Oh God, watch your words. I was going to say my real name there. I almost cautioned myself with my real name online. Done it. If you watch TrampCast 001, I think I say my real name 6 times during that. I was new at this. So when I'm talking to Tina and I say, Tina's okay, calm down, Tina's okay, Daddy's okay. I used to say Daddy Dadda's Okay, and give my name. And 6 times in TrampCast 001, I give my proper real first name. Either that or go track down my hater and find out from him. Then laugh at him. But there's no need to try and shut him down or anything. It's all good. I don't care. He can threaten me all he wants. I am more than capable of defending myself. When he threatens to come down here, kick the shit out of me and throw me off the cliff tops, it's not happened yet. I've had, if I include that one night with 20 fights against the one idiot, I must have had 50 fights while I've been here in this field. Oi! Sorry, folks. Someone or something moving around the other side of the tent. I'm just saying how I haven't lost a fight since I've been here. Where are you, Tina? Oh, you're right, darling. You can't be right up against the back of my chair if I need to get up in a fucking rush. I'm just going to go look at something, folks. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear, usually. I'm hoping it was an animal or something. But if it wasn't, it might be a person who's now dove inside my tent. I just got to go check. Bear with me. I don't think it's anything, but just in case. We're all right. Definitely an animal. Hoping it's not inside. It's okay, Cindy. I think it's okay. It's okay. Definitely an animal. Definitely an animal. Are you alright, babe? Sheena's okay. Okay, folks. I'm gonna go get a beer. Just bear with me for 30 seconds more. I'm gonna get one more beer. And I'll stay with you for a while. Probably. Maybe. Uh-huh. All right. Tina's okay? Hello, baby. Hey, you. Daddy's gonna be careful. Here we go. Sorry, folks. Hope I didn't lose you. When I went around the other side, there was some scurrying in the bushes. Almost certainly that's what had attracted me as an animal. Fortunately, not a person. Tina, you can't be under my chair when I need to move my chair, darling. One of us will get hurt. It won't be me. Come on. Here we go. I'm still being rained on by this thing. Alright, folks. Where were we? X Factor. All a load of rubbish. Go long, says Les. Hey, Les. Go long. I'm going to go long. We're already over the 4-hour mark, aren't we? And there's 10 of you watching. Folks, can we get to 20 on the thumbs ups? Come on. I always like to hit 20. I don't know whether it's true or not, but internet law, L-O-R-E, not L-A-W, L-O-R-E, internet law, internet mythos is that you hit 20 and YouTube pushes out more notifications to random people, and then people like Tara stop by and come and join the crew. And what is it Gary calls people? Deltarians? Is that what we're going with? Deltarians. We should come up with a nomenclature. That's a good word. Not a bad word for a tramp at this time of night. Nomenclature. A naming scheme. Or just a schema, if you will. You all right there, babe? What's going on? You trying to move around? Is something wrong? What is it? I haven't shown off Tina for a little while. For anyone who's joined or joined us more recently, there's that. Hold on, I got to turn the flash on. She's just down here, look, folks. She's right next to me. For once, hold on. I have to move my hand out of the way. Hey, oh, look at that. Look at you. Hey, baby. Oh, we had the most fantastic cuddle last night. I got her into the bed with her head up my way. Rather than me having the arse end, I got the pretty end, didn't I? I woke up this morning cuddling her. She was nestling on my shoulder stroke neck. Hey, babe. Daddy loves his girl. You know this, yeah? You know this to be the case. I know you don't like the bright light. I'll turn it off now. Oh! It's got a droplet land right on my neck. But yeah, where are we? I've got to be careful here, folks. Let me check where I am for power. I'm on only 38 after all this time. Where's the tablet? I got to be careful because the tablet's down to 11, look. And the tablet is the internet connection. The tablet's got the SIM card and I'm connected to it just via the hotspot. Straight away, it's drawing the full 14 watts plus the 3 watts here. Why is the tablet doing things properly and the phone not? These two devices were built by the same company. They're both Samsung. Nothing but the best, folks, for a fucking tramp in a field, obviously. Thank you, Karen. I can't get over some shit sometimes. I am so fortunate with the people that I've met, the connections I've made, the friends I've made. I don't have the words. And this is why I'm going to go live tomorrow morning. The 4th anniversary of becoming a tramp. 11 a.m. Spanish time. 10 a.m. UK time. On the 14th of August, 2022. Is when I became this kind of homeless. I've been kicked out of my apartment a few months earlier, but I stayed with a friend. I moved in with another friend, and then I moved back with that friend, and then things broke down, and she said, "Get out." Who would have known that I could survive 4 years in a field? Now, I'm not Bear Grylls. I'm not claiming to be Rambo. I'm not Johnny Rambo or Bear Grylls. It's not that kind of me surviving. I made some I knew I needed help. I made some decisions to deliberately put myself visible in front of people who might stop and help. And then I did this later on. Not bad decisions, I don't think. I've got friends who know how to just go off and live differently and survive in different ways. I said once, I've tried begging once. That wasn't for me. Yeah, like I know I'm an e-beggar. I know there's the donation link at the top there. I get, oh, sorry, it's at the top for me. It's at the bottom for you. Nowadays, YouTube changed things. But outright begging, just standing outside a shop, saying hello to people and jiggling a hat or a can or a cup or whatever for money. I knew I couldn't do that. I could. In an emergency, I could. But it doesn't sit well with me. Fair play to the other guys who do that, and I know people who do. And you know, if you've been here a while, there are people who are in chat sometimes who are similarly disposed to me and who do sit outside supermarkets. Fair play to them. It's just, I'm not going to say it's not fun. It's not my preferred thing, and it's probably not their. In fairness, it's probably not their preferred thing. But what else are you going to do sometimes when your circumstances dictate? I knew I couldn't survive on my own. I knew I needed help. So I made myself be visible. I made myself be obvious. We will discuss this more tomorrow. 11 o'clock Central European Time. 10 o'clock British Summer Time. 4 a.m. maybe? I don't know if it's Central or if that's Eastern. You'll have to tell me. I can't remember the rules for how to convert European times to American times. But it's been a journey. 4 years though, guys. I have survived in a field. 2 different fields. But I've survived out in the wilds of Torrevieja for 4 years. Despite the help of Bienestar, the welfare people, despite the help of the police, my dog's not exactly going to survive. And it's still up for grabs whether that was the police kicking shit out of her or whether it is just a random degenerative disease. I don't know. I can't make that call. She got kicked shit out of by the police, and then she started to deteriorate shortly afterwards. As Chipmunk said last night, it certainly won't have helped. You might not know which way it goes, but it won't have fucking helped. And so Eduardo Delon, mayor of Torrevieja, I once again reiterate, I'm coming for you. You sent your welfare man to get me. The welfare man sent the police to get me. And the police kicked shit out my dog. And to be honest, they weren't that good with me either. To the fullest extent allowed by law. Which probably just means wait until you're up for re-election. I'm going to be a fucking thorn in your side once the election starts. If you are allowed to be re-elected, I don't even know. Eduardo and your man Oscar. Hear me roar. Look at me. Look at me. Don't ignore me. I'm coming for you. When the time's right, I will strike. Legally, lawfully. I'm not threatening you physically or anything. Don't be taking this as some kind of fucking thing that you can come and get me over. Me. And moving on. I don't sit here, Tara is off. Take care of yourself. I always take care of myself the best that I can. When was that? That was at 2:06. Is it now 2:16? Am I 10 minutes behind? I'm over 10 minutes behind. Tara's long gone. She never heard any of my last diatribe for the last 5 or 10 minutes. That's okay. I'm finishing off one can, folks. I got the next one out ready because people said go long. I didn't get 6 people saying go long, but we'll have to see. Thumbs up if you haven't already, though. Anybody who hasn't hit that fucking thumbs up, why not? It's free. Okay, folks. I did get a bit serious there. Every now and again, I remember and I get a bit angry at Eduardo and his minion, the welfare guy, Oscar. The guy came out here, demanded papers, told him to fuck off. He brought the police the next day and then they kicked shit out of the dog and me. And they bullied a friend of mine online to get my location in the first place. That's another thing that I don't like. We have to help him. We have to help him. Give us his address. Where is he? Tell us his location. And so she said, well, he's just straight up the coast road and on the right, opposite the Repsol garage. And they sent out the head of welfare to help me. Papers, please. I'm like, do what now? You don't look like a police officer. You don't look like someone that can demand my papers. Get to fuck. And so the next day he came back and brought initially 6 coppers with him, and then reinforcements arrived and another 6 or 8 arrived. And yeah, things went from there. Well, that was Tara saying goodnight. Les is here. I think Les is still here. Looks like Luke's still here. He's given us the palm tree emojis. Not quite sure what that signifies, if anything, other than palm trees and heat. What's it? Let me get the temperature. Oh, not there. It's here. Not there, but here. So look, folks. Temperature currently 28. It's basically It's not going to get below 26. It's going to be hot all night. Clear sky. Oh, a little bit of cloud 8 and 9 in the morning. After that, it says clear skies all day. And it'll be 32. Okay, 32 degrees. It's basically, it's 32 degrees for the next week. Oh, until Wednesday of next week, when it's 35. Who knew? Fuck. It's not ideal. I'll be honest. I'm sitting in a polytunnel. Admittedly, the roof's blown off, so I have to hope rain doesn't happen. But I am sat in a polytunnel. And my solar panels are shit. I'm gonna maybe I'll do that video. Okay, I'm gonna go live tomorrow morning. Maybe after I go live, after I wrap up, maybe then I do the review of the flexible solar panels. Probably the worst purchase I've made since I've been a homeless tramp. I think so. My old cool box is my previous worst purchase. That was 80 odd euros. Electric cool box with the electro, what's it called? Moves heat out, but it's not a compressor. Uses a thing powered by, no, it's not powered by different temperatures either side, but you put the power in and it moves the heat from one side to the other. Thermodynamic, blah, 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 blah. No. That was my previous worst purchase. Because that only worked one summer and then got fucked up by insects over winter. But no, now these two solar panels, 85 euros, two flexible solar panels, supposed to deliver 100 watts each, and after 4 months, I can't get more than 30 watts out of either of them, maybe 35. And this is in August in Spain with a clear blue sky, the ideal angle. I've got less power this year than I had last year with one aluminium and glass 100 watt panel. If you can believe that. Yeah. So these have been my worst purchase. I'm still considering my only, okay. Here's where I'm at. Tramp living in a field, no real address. When I want to order something, there's a logistics problem. I have a friend, I can get her to order it for me. And then she has to sit in for 1 or 2 days because delivery is impending and blah, 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 blah. Right? Then, if something goes wrong with that order and I have to send it back, it's not grief on me. It's grief. She has to come to me. I have to pack it up. She has to contact them. She has to hand it to. She has to deal with, because she's put the order in her name. So do I want to send these things back? I'm dying to. I would love to if I could. Is that the appropriate course of action? Is that not putting on my friend more than you should, put on a friend? More than the value of the product's worth, more than the... Why am I messing my friend about? She did me a favour putting an order in, and if I end up having to ask her to do a return, a lot of grief. She has to fill in forms, she has to give reasons for why this, why that, why the other. On the flip side, you guys donated the money that bought these panels in the first place, and if I don't insist on getting value for your money, what kind of tramp am I? I should at least be ensuring that you guys, that I'm getting the benefit of the money that you've given me. Don't you think? I don't want to be a leech or a... So if you give me money to do something and then it goes bad, I should at least fight to get your money back. Luke, hold on. Kill bullies, a little bit extreme, but yeah. Number one, no one can hurt our tramp, for fuck's sake, says Luke. Nightmare. We will get you back to UK. Come home, brother. Yeah, I'll get there I have no doubt I'll get back there eventually. Even if I have to learn to swim the channel. It's only 22 miles, isn't it? Well, you got to go right over to the far east coast for it to be only 22 miles. Isn't the English Channel the busiest shipping lane in the world? Is that true, or is that just something I read one day? I think it's true. There are more ships and more cargo travelling through the channel, I believe. Let me... The English Channel. English. Yeah, I spelled it right in the end. Channel. Busiest shipping lane. The English Channel is the busiest shipping lane in the world. More than 500 vessels pass through it every single day, connecting the Atlantic Ocean to the North Sea and linking major European ports to the rest of the globe. Didn't make shit up, folks. I knew it. And I knew it. Or at least I thought that I knew it. It's not bad going, is it? But it means if I get in a canoe or a dinghy and try and just paddle across, be up against it a little bit, don't you think? You got the distance. So at its narrowest, it's 22, but in the rest, it's probably 40, 50, 60 miles. That's a long way to paddle. And with container ships and fucking whatever else coming in or out. Don't you think? Do you think the French government would escort me across? Or would I have to get a good suntan first? A one-boat asylum seeker. A one-man, one-boat asylum seeker. I don't think it would work. I don't care how good the suntan was. Allahu Akbar. Salam alaikum. Make him a salam. Something like that. Alright, folks. I was going to go long, but I think we've just hit 4.5 hours. I'll give it a couple of minutes to go over this, but I think we're here. I think this is us. I'm getting tired. I don't want to be sitting here yawning and yawns are infectious. I don't want to be infecting you with the yawn virus. Especially if your time zones are different from mine. And it's not. See, for me, it's 2:30 in the morning. And yeah, good night, Luke. I'm gonna give it another couple of minutes, but yeah, I'm here or hereabouts. I'll give it another 2 minutes, and then we'll do the sign off, just to allow for the fact that we've had a couple of disconnects. You know how it is with YouTube. I didn't get halfway through this one before we're finishing. I just got it out actually, didn't I? Let me look. I got to put the light back over there to recharge on the sun bench on the. I got to take the eco outside. The eco flow goes back inside. The phone's low on power still, isn't it? It's charging really slowly, even though it's plugged in. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, the phone's not plugged in at the minute. Tablet's on 30% means it gives me 3 hours of video playback, screen on type stuff. And I gotta get my Tina doggy darling inside. Hey babe. I'll come for you in a minute. Okay? I'll take you inside in a minute. Alright folks. Where are we? We're on 32. Let's say that I'm gonna close out on 4:35. We've got 3 minutes. What are we going to talk about for 3 minutes? I've no idea. We are closing down. If you want to jib out now, that's okay. It's all been Luke for the last little while, since Tara left. I know there are lurkers out there. Lurker bastards! Come and say goodbye. I'm trying to remember the name of the Yorkshire chef or Yorkshire. It's Yorkshire something. Let me see whether. Let me see if I can just find him quickly. He's funny. Oh, I should search YouTube, not Google. Give me a second. If I type Yorkshire here, I would expect, because he's. No. I thought that you would think that, like, the people that you're subscribed to would be more likely to come up. That's how I would work the algorithm. If I'm subscribed to someone called something like the Yorkshire Chef or the Yorkshire Indian or the Yorkshire whatever, when I type Yorkshire into YouTube, you think that would. I'm going to go with Yorkshire Indian, just because I've just had that idea. That's him. Yorkshire Indian, all one word. Bastards. He's funny. See, I'm not right. See, the fact that he's got brown skin and I like him proves I'm not racist. It's only certain people and certain behaviors that I dislike. He calls me a bastard. Hello, bastards! It's funny. I get that. It's a British thing. We rib each other. You only swear at or take the piss out of people that you like. He's settled in. He's, what's the word? There are words. I don't know the words. Apparently I don't know the words. And that's great. Now, if he was 4 generations in and was still supporting India or Pakistan against England in the cricket, we'd have a... Now, it's not, you know, who you support in a football match or a cricket match or a whatever. That's... I'm using that as an example. That's not the be-all and end-all in the world. But I see people at 3rd and 4th generation that absolutely hate England. And it's like, then what the fuck are you doing here? Do you dislike us that much? Fucking get back on the boat. Scrolling. I was only going to do another 2 minutes. Okay, folks, I am done. I got political again. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get political. It just happens to me. Because the world is political. Let me show you my doggy darling. Because she's the most unpolitical or apolitical person I know. And dogs are people. So when I say she's a person, I mean it. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. You've put your head right behind my fucking chair again, haven't you? Tina. Hello, babe. I'm sorry. I got to wake you up because we're going to go inside in a minute. Well, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I may sit here and put a video on that I watch, and then we'll go in half an hour. Who knows? You never know. Okay, babe. Hello. Talk to the people. Okay, folks. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later.